Hi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I will just ask you to please take your seats so we can start on time. We have a very packed agenda today, and for once that we are all on time here, we'll try to start. Thank you. Good morning. So welcome to the 2023 Youth Event. Since the doors are open, can you hear me well? Sorry? Yes, we're just wait. Okay, can you please close the doors if it's possible? Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. So welcome to this 2023 youth event entitled Youth Engagement for a Sustainable and Inclusive Euro-Mediterranean. We're very happy to see you all with us this morning, and allow me to welcome as well those joining us online on our platforms, because the event, as you know, is live streamed all day on our social media. As you know, youth are at the heart of the mandate and mission of the Union for the Mediterranean. They're not only our beneficiaries, the beneficiaries of our action, because they're the bulk of the populations of our countries, but they're our partners in crimes in everything we do. We count on their energy, on their enthusiasm, and we strive to empower them to reach their ideas for a better future in the Mediterranean region. And this was the spirit that built the event today, but this event is not a standalone event. It's actually the culmination of 4 days of work that started on Monday, as we co-hosted here at the Union for the Mediterranean headquarters the 3rd edition of the Mediterranean Youth Academy with several partners. We saw extremely rich debates, exchanges among almost 100 participants from 18 countries from the region. They are among you today, and I would like to applaud their commitment to the region and to the event, as well as really thank warmly from all the organizers, all the trainers, facilitators, and organizing committee that took on their own time volunteering to make the event a success. So really a big applause to them. I would like to start the event today by applauding them. Thank you. And I cannot see a better way to kick off works today than by launching a little video to show you what happened these 3 past days at the Mediterranean Youth Academy. Thank you.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
Thank you. This is not an applause to the video. This is an applause to all the work that you've been doing these last days. Thank you all really for the energy that you brought here to this house. We're really happy about the conclusions and the results of the Academy. Well, without further ado, I will present now the moderator of the next sessions. And in the spirit of this event, we have here a young student of Mediterranean and Middle Eastern Affairs, born and raised in Casablanca, Mrs. Aya Serraghi. She is already a UN Women and ECOSOC Youth Forum delegate, and she's pursuing as well a law degree in parallel. So I don't know how she found the time to moderate these sessions, but we're very happy to have her with us this morning. Thank you, Aya. Please.
Well, thank you, Reem, for this presentation. Can you hear me? All good? Yes. For this third edition of the UfM Youth Event, we are privileged today to have among us 4 personalities that will offer their extremely valuable insights. His Excellency Nasser Kamal, Her Excellency Ms. Noura Mouzaki, Mr. Fakhri Altwal, and last but not least, among the youth, Ms. Yasmin Al Sayed. Please join me all on stage. Thank you. We will begin our session by the opening remarks of His Excellency Nasser Kamal, Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. And although in this assembly he doesn't need an introduction, let us all remember some milestone of his remarkable professional journey. A career diplomat for the Egyptian government, he held the position of Ambassador of Egypt to the UK from 2014 to 2018, but most importantly was Ambassador to France from 2006 to 2012, during which he took part in the drafting of the joint declaration of the 2008 Paris Summit, which gave birth to the crucial instance that is now the UfM. I now give the floor to His Excellency.
Good morning, everyone. I see so many familiar faces. If I start recognizing each one of them, like Sena or Josep or the Deputy Minister of Youth of Egypt, it's going to take the whole morning. So welcome to all of you. But thank you, Aya, for having introduced me and introduced this panel. It's refreshing to see such a brilliant young woman like you engaged to build a better Mediterranean region for all of us. This stage is not really adapted to a speech, but anyway. But this is actually Aya's presence, and before her Reem, which is a brilliant young member of the UfM, is representative of the whole spirit of our event, because we count on the participation of youth as moderator, as participant, and to hear their voices and give them a platform to speak and express their views. I also want to thank a very young lady, actually, the Minister of Youth of Albania, Minister Bora Muzaci, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, and all the other panelists in today's event. I'm supposed to welcome you, and I am, to the 2023 UfM Youth Event for a Sustainable Mediterranean, here, of course, at the UfM headquarters in Barcelona. As Reem mentioned before me, this event concludes 3 extremely successful days of the 3rd edition of the Mediterranean Youth Academy, which is co-organized with the very dynamic Mediterranean Youth Foundation for Development and also our partner from the German Development Cooperation, our dear permanent partner of EMED, and of course Anna Lindh Foundation, which I thank warmly for their trust and cooperation. Allow me as well to mention here the collaboration of Casa Mediterráneo, the EU Neighbor South program, and the EU GEEL, or GEEL Council Network, and in their ICE community. Without all these strong partnership, this event truly would not have seen the light. I wish also at the outset to highlight the excellent discussion and exchange that we have witnessed since we have first met on Monday. I was there, I opened the event, and I would like to commend and congratulate all of you for your motivation, knowledge, and for making the trip to Barcelona, and also for having enriched the discussion and debates across the workshops, training sessions that took place during the last 3 days. When our member states, the UfM member state, adopted the UfM Youth Strategy in 2030 in December 2021, they sought to underscore the role of the Euro-Mediterranean youth in shaping the future of the region. This includes supporting bottom-up approaches that develop youth-led and youth-focused initiatives, involving young people as active stakeholders and change makers. The Mediterranean Youth Academy has been a success in realizing these goals, and as it offered young participants from our member state the opportunity to formulate concrete proposals and policy recommendations revolving around the 3 thematic clusters that you've discussed during the last 3 days. Climate, in terms of climate change and climate justice. Of course, the very tricky issue of social inclusion, which is really a huge challenge in our region. And then the biggest challenge for our youth, especially in the southern Mediterranean region, which is youth employment. These 3 key issues at the heart of the challenges we face in our region makes us extremely grateful to have heard so many valuable insights and proposals on how to address them. Indeed, dear participants, we at the UfM firmly believe that young people are the driving force for positive change in our region. 1/3 of our population are under the age of 25, and this figure is rising to nearly 50% if we're talking about the southern and eastern Mediterranean countries. Our region boasts one of the world's youngest population. It's an asset, and we need to use that asset and make sure that it's fully developed and fully engaged in the sustainable and development that we're trying to create in our region. Dear participant, the challenges confronting our region are tremendous. Well, you've seen the event in the last few weeks where violence, vengeance, thought to be bringing security, which is, we all know violence and vengeance will never bring security. Collective punishment will not bring security. Subjecting 2.3 million Palestinians to a brutal war will not bring security. Only justice will bring security to our region. Only a 2-state solution will bring justice and security to our region. So it's a region facing so many geopolitical challenges, so many development challenges, and it is our young citizens in particular who are finding themselves at the forefront, bearing the weight of all those challenges, being development challenges, employment challenges, but also geopolitical challenges. They face the enormous challenges of unemployment and gender inequality, further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, they are also grappling with issues such as migration, radicalization, and climate change. It is no exaggeration to say that the future of our region hangs on the choice they, or to be more accurate, you will make, you young Mediterranean. Yet in the face of these challenges, young citizens of the Mediterranean are accomplishing remarkable achievements. They are not merely tomorrow's leaders. In many ways, their leadership has already started. The proof is here. Their active engagement and contributions are pivotal in addressing the critical issues at hand. And you were a testimony, I mean you here in this room, of this in the past 3 days. You are a source of hope, both in the south and in the north. You hold the potential to find solutions to the root causes of our problems in every corner of our region. We see young individuals taking the lead, spearheading initiatives, and passionately advocating for positive transformations. The energy and innovation you bring are the driving forces behind the progress we have witnessed in our region in the recent decade. Without doubt, young people serve as catalysts for change. Therefore, the time has come for us to prioritize our youth in policy-making processes across our region. They must be considered as active partners who can lead us towards inclusive and sustainable development. By nurturing their aspirations and ambitions, we invest in the future prosperity of our region. Together, we can create an environment where they can thrive and become the change makers we so urgently need. It is for these reasons that we are launching today a concrete action plan, to call it action plan or a roadmap to operationalize our UfM Youth Strategy 2030. This roadmap or this action plan is an agenda with a pragmatic call for action that was built with youth-led organizations from across the whole Mediterranean throughout the past few months of this year or last year. This agenda seeks to mobilize the potential of youth across the region, acknowledging their unique perspectives, and to stimulate and enable effective regional cooperation that yields tangible, on-the-ground impact. We look very much forward to presenting it to you today. This agenda, as well as other UfM initiatives that will be shared with you, serve as a testament to our dedication to building a brighter future for the Mediterranean region. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, our commitment as the UfM to youth is unwavering. And today we are making a significant milestone in this journey, which we thank you for always being with us in this journey. By working together, we can shape a Mediterranean region that embraces inclusivity, sustainability, and the leadership of our younger generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Nasser Kamel, for your insightful comments on the intersection and intersectionality of issues in the Mediterranean, as well as reaffirming the UfM's commitment to bringing more youth into decision-making spaces. It is now the time for me to introduce Her Excellency Ms. Noura Mouzaki, Minister of State for Youth and Children in Albania, a pioneer in Eastern Europe and the Balkans regarding children's legal rights and their application. With a background in economics and a career focused originally on the private sector, Her Excellency chose to come back in the public sector of her home country, first as Deputy Minister of Education, Sports and Youth, a topic she particularly focused on before becoming minister. I now cede the floor to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, everyone. And I'll start with the elephant in the room. Since I walked to the door today, everybody asked how old I am. And to be honest, this is a question I get asked a lot. And to explore everybody's curiosity, when I became minister, I was 31 years old, and I'm 33 today. And perhaps the reason why I'm working in the field of youth is because I was very passionate about making young people heard. And this was part of my political campaign. This was part of the reason why I ran for politics. And perhaps this is part of the reason why I was appointed as Minister of Youth at such a young age. But of course, being young comes always with a lot of challenges, which I'm sure most of the floor today understands how difficult it is to be young, how difficult it is to have your voice heard, and to have people take you seriously, and to have people consider what you're saying, what the policies that you're proposing, and how important they are. And sometimes they look at you and they think, oh, you're young, you don't really know what you're talking about, and perhaps you don't really know what's interesting and what's important, and you're only talking. But the truth is that young people are, as my colleague very well put it, they are actors of change. They are change makers. And this is what I strongly believe. And this is also why I'm very excited and very happy to be here today, because I don't usually accept invitations for conferences, because usually conferences are made by grown-ups that talk about young people, but young people are not part of the discussion. And the reason why I really wanted to be part of this discussion today is because I heard that you've been working for 3 days, and young people, 100 young people to be precise, from 20 Mediterranean countries have been part of this discussion. And you yourself have proposed what's important to you, what is the agenda that we should follow as policymakers. And this is the reason why I'm very happy to be here. But also, I wanted to take this opportunity to share a little bit of our experience. An experience in Albania that perhaps I was the first one, well, not perhaps, but I was the first one to hold the position of a specific minister for youth. And when I got the role, I read all these reports, and some of the reports were from institutions, and they had this very, rosy way of looking at young people in our country. And on the other hand, we had a lot of NGOs and youth organizations that actually had these reports, and they were a little bit gray. So what I found myself is that I had these reports that were too rosy, and they weren't reflecting reality, and these reports that were too gray and were a little bit too pessimistic about reality. So I figured, how do I do this? I'm supposed to be making policy, but then I have these two very contradicting views of reality. And what is the best way of figuring out what is the right path forward? And I thought that the best way was actually asking young people, because they should tell me what the reality is. They themselves should talk about what's important to them and what we should focus on. So this is why, myself and my small team, we started a journey all over our country, all over Albania. We went to 61 municipalities. We actually met up with high school students, with university students, with young professionals. We sat down with them. We did not talk. We let them talk. And whilst they were talking, they had to identify what were the challenges that they had to solve for today and what were the challenges that we had to solve for tomorrow. And this identification of issues actually gave us a very good perspective of what were the challenges that young people in our country were facing. And we started with a blank chart. We didn't have a strategy. We only had these discussions with young people. We sat down, we wrote every comment that they made to us and every solution that they told us that they thought was the right way forward. And only then did we actually come up with a youth strategy. And for the first time ever, Albania now has a youth strategy for 2022 to 2029. So it's an 8-year strategy. And for most young people, 8 years is a long time. But also for us as policymakers, 8 years is not a short time. But I'm actually particularly happy to see that the agenda of today's meeting and the issues that you've identified are perfectly in line with what our young people in Albania identified as important issues for them. And perhaps without taking too much of your time, I would like to give you a little bit of a preview of what our strategy encompasses and also what we're doing for it. So our first goal is also one of the goals that you have as well, which is the component of inclusion and empowerment of young people. So that's the first pillar of our strategy. And what we're doing with it, based on what I've been discussing so far and the fact that we wanted them to be included in every decision making that we have for them, is we've actually built in every municipality of Albania, we have a local youth council. So we have a group of young people for every single region of that city, of that municipality, that actually meets up on a monthly basis with the mayor, and they discuss important issues. And not just issues that are normally seen as issues for youth, but also important issues for the city. So infrastructure development, budgeting, and where the funds of a city go to. So this is the part that is important, because sometimes people think that young people should only talk about youth spaces. Not true. Young people are impacted from infrastructure, they're impacted from every kind of construction and development that you do in a city. So that's why they should be part of the decision making at the local level. And this is why we now have 59 out of 61, so I have 2 more to go to actually complete the full map of municipalities in Albania. And this is for the local level, but on a national level, what we've done is we actually have a National Youth Council. And the National Youth Council acts as an advisory body to myself, so the minister that is responsible for youth policy. So practically we've increased the level of responsibility of young people from local level to national level, so they can be properly involved in every single level of decision making that is in regards to their future. Because, one of the famous American presidents, Roosevelt, said that we cannot prepare the future for our youth, but we can prepare our youth for the future. And this is exactly what we're trying to do, to actually prepare the young people in Albania with the skills that they're going to need in the future. And, I've come a little bit with the first goal of the strategy. And the second goal of the strategy, again, it's very similar to what you've discussed here. We talk about employment and preparation on digital skills and technological market. So this is, of course, something that young people in Albania also identified as a very important goal for them. And in this one, we've done a lot of initiatives, but one that I would very much like to focus on, because I think it's a common topic that we're discussing with your countries as well, is the component of youth guarantee. So practically tackling all those young people that are not in employment, not in education, and not in training. So those groups of young people that are vulnerable enough and that we haven't been able to target. And the funny thing, and the way that we relate our strategy, is the groups that I talked to you about earlier. So the local youth councils are going to be the ones that actually identify these young people in their cities and are going to be the ones that inform them about this new opportunity that is the youth guarantee. So this is one of our components, but we also have a lot of schemes in Albania that are in regards to coding and programming, because we believe that the future, for my generation, speaking a foreign language was an added bonus, but for this new generation, being able to program and to code, that's going to be your superpower. Because for us, used to be languages, but our generation is over. So for your case, you need to start learning how to program and how to be tech savvy and to be prepared for the challenges of this new technological revolution. But to not go into a lot of details, I'm going to pass on to the third one, which is the only one that is not exactly the same as what you've been discussing, because we talk about welfare, so that's our component, and we talk about mental health, we talk about sexual health, and all the components of being a healthy young person in today's age, because we do believe that that's a very important skill and challenge, to be fair, for young people in this age, because with the previous generation, mental health was stigmatized and was not something that was discussed about. But with our young generation, this is something that is always becoming a problem, especially with the case of the pandemic, that we did realize that we have to focus more on that area and we have to invest more in that. And perhaps to give you just one example of what we're doing in that aspect, we have 2 ongoing programs for young people and children in Albania that have as a scope, first of all, to teach healthy living, so practically being involved in sports. So we're supporting a program from our government in volleyball and basketball to have kids involved in sports on a daily basis. And it's all, of course, it's all for free. So that's a good component, because it does ensure inclusivity, and it does ensure that even kids that come from poorer backgrounds can have the opportunity to be part of this program. And the second one is in regards to talents and exploring these talents and being able to foster them throughout their life. So practically we have an extracurricular program offered for free from our government in 8 different disciplines, one of which is environment and sustainability. But we also have arts, crafts, technology, and many others. And the goal of this, of course, is to offer to every young person the opportunity to first of all, to explore their talent, and second, if they are talented in a field, to have the opportunity to develop that further. So, you know, we're talking about cases of a very talented singer that if their parents don't have the opportunity to take them to courses, then they will never become a famous singer. But with this opportunity, they will be able to follow their dreams. Because in the end of the day, the role of us older people or younger people doing policies for young people, our role is to hold your hand. Our role is to stand there as a supporting body to make sure that you can have the potential to fulfill your dreams. We can only guide you to your dreams, but you do have to accomplish them yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful comments and refreshing comments on what it is like to be a policymaker at such a young age. Our next speaker is Mr. Fakhri Al-Twal, youth expert at the Ministry of Youth in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the country co-presiding the Union for the Mediterranean alongside the European Union. Co-chairing today's Youth Action Plan meetings, holder of a tenure in the Ministry of Political and Parliamentary Affairs, he also has extensive experience in research and training, as can attest his diverse commitments at the Al-Quds Center for Political Studies, National Democratic Institute, or Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy. I call Mr. Al-Twal to deliver his insights today.
Good morning. Thank you all very much. It's always a pleasure to be here. I was talking to His Excellency Ambassador Craig about 10 minutes ago. He was always telling me that my interventions are usually short, but I managed to squeeze something out of the words I say. And before I start with my speech, I would just like to comment on a few things. Your Excellency, thank you for having us. Thank you for the wonderful work. This is enormous. This is a success for the UfM, and this is all very amazing and wonderful having so many youth in here. Your Excellency, as well, I believe that we all face the same problems when it comes to the reporting on what the state of youth is in a country where the public and the governmental reports present it to be very rosy, but the NGOs and the civil society sometimes make it look very gray, sometimes even black, let's say. And I would also like to commend you for the efforts you have done in Albania for the establishment of the youth strategy in Albania. And it reminded me of, there's a wise friend I have in Amman. She always says that communication is key to everything. This is communication. This right here is communication. What's been happening for the past 3 days is communication. What Your Excellency have done in Albania, sitting with the youth to establish the youth strategy, is communication. Youth in the municipalities, which we also have in Jordan, is communication. Matching education deliverables with the market needs is communication. As long as people communicate, as long as stakeholders communicate, we can certainly achieve more and more every day. And now to the written speech. Of course, it's always a pleasure being here among friends, among the Mediterranean family, so many familiar faces, so many familiar tones and colors and dialects. It's a pleasure. I speak before you today here as the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan co-chairs the Union for the Mediterranean, and it is with mixed emotions that I address on this important day and this event. Just a short time ago, we were drafting and preparing to launch the UfM Action Plan, a reflection of our shared commitment to the young people in our region and their future. The plan was born out of our youth strategy of the UfM, a strategy that we believed would be a beacon of hope for the youth of the Mediterranean region. We appreciate all those who have worked tirelessly to draft this plan, and I am genuinely thankful for the effort and the dedication that everyone has put into it. I cannot mention any names because it was too much faces. We met online 6, 7, 8 times maybe, and very lengthy meetings, hours and hours of discussion. However, as we gather here in Barcelona, the world is in a different place than what it was when we first embarked on this journey. Our hearts weigh heavy as we witness the horrific and deeply troubling events unfolding in the Gaza Strip, a place that is indeed a part of the Mediterranean. The relentless bombings, the devastation of hospitals, schools, mosques, and churches, and the loss of thousands of innocent lives are nothing short of a tragedy. While we initially envisioned the UfM Action Plan as a vital step toward a brighter future, we can no longer afford to act as if the world around us has not changed. In the face of the current crisis, it is humanly hard to carry out on business with usual basis alongside the Mediterranean region. We, the youth, should call for an immediate end to the aggression and urge for a peaceful solution to the conflict. And here my voice joins the voice of His Excellency. There can be no peace for the youth in our region without a fair solution and a just solution that gives the Palestinians their rights, and we should solve this Palestinian-Israeli conflict based on a two-state solution along the lines of the borders of the June 4th, 1967. In this moment, our commitment to the youth of the Mediterranean is tested, and we must rise to the occasion with unwavering resolve. We must address their immediate needs and work towards a brighter future. Let us use this solemn occasion to reaffirm our dedication to the principles of peace, cooperation, and progress, and communication, even in the face of adversity. While the current political situation demands our attention and concern, it is crucial that we also stay committed to the practical implementation for our youth-focused initiatives. First, I would like to highlight the importance of effective monitoring and evaluation mechanisms within the action plan, or the roadmap, as His Excellency likes to call it. It's essential that we have clear indicators and benchmarks in place to assess the progress and impact of our programs. It is essential that member states do send regular reports on what they've done regarding this action plan, so the Secretariat can come up with the adequate and proper reports for that. This will not only help us track the plan's effectiveness, but also allow us to adapt and improve our strategies and our local strategies as well in light of what we are doing at the UfM here as necessary. Proper data collection and analysis will be key in ensuring that our initiatives are meeting the needs of the youth in our region. Additionally, I would like to stress the significance of collaboration and knowledge sharing among member states. By sharing best practices and lessons learned, we can avoid duplication of efforts and enhance the overall efficiency of our projects. This will be especially important in the fields of youth employability, climate action, participation in civil society, social inclusion, and social cohesion. In some countries, social cohesion is key, not only social inclusion, and the economic development. We must foster a culture of collaboration to maximize the positive impact of the UfM Youth Action Plan. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for all the youth here who have been debating and who have been enlightening some of their peers about what's happening in Palestine and the Gaza Strip. We know it has been an enormous effort for you. We know you carry the Palestinian case wherever you go. We know we all want to end this violence. We all want to end this cycle of aggression. And together we can strive to make a difference in the lives of young people in our region and work towards a brighter, more peaceful Mediterranean, one that includes and values every member of our diverse family, from Barcelona to Gaza. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Altwell, for your comments and for letting us all remember today the importance of the humanitarian crisis ongoing in the Gaza Strip and its crucial importance in Mediterranean affairs. Our last in-person speaker is Ms. Yasmin Al-Sayed, Vice President of the Mediterranean Youth Foundation for Development. Dedicated to women's rights and gender equality, a feminist scholar and activist, she has made substantial contributions to numerous international projects, research endeavors, and reports within the MENA region, while also working as a teaching assistant in political science at Cairo University. Please welcome Ms. Yasmin Al-Sayed.
I think I'm already in a hard situation after listening inspiring really speeches, but I will deal with this. Good morning. I understand that there is an expectation for me to speak in English, primarily due to language dominance the Western world has exerted over the West. However, I would like to express my preference to speak in my native language, given that there is proper interpretation and translation in place. سعادة السفير ناصر كامل الأمين العام للاتحاد من أجل المتوسط، سيادة اللواء إسماعيل الفقر رئيس قطاع الشباب، نائباً عن معالي الأستاذ الدكتور أشرف صبحي وزير الشباب والرياضة في جمهورية مصر العربية، السيد يوسف عروج مؤسس مؤسسة شباب المتوسط للتنمية، السيد فخري أطوال خبير ملف الشباب في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، السادة السفراء وممثلي المنظمات المدنية والدولية، السادة والسيدات الحضور، تحية طيبة واجبة من مؤسسة شباب المتوسط للتنمية.
So this is this kind regards from the young people in the Mediterranean. So I represent this association of young people. It started in Estonia, in Egypt, and later in France, in order to be present in 18 countries of the Mediterranean. And we have more than 50 projects. And we will talk about the Mediterranean Academy for Young People. So this is an initiative from this Institute of Young People, because we want to implement this academy in the framework of regional collaboration, and we want to support Mediterranean young people to address the European Union institutions through the Union for the Mediterranean. So young people have an agenda for 2030. People under 30 in all the countries of the region could have this concept that could be applied on the field through the bilateral cooperation, through international institutions, to overcome stereotypes and this vision of inferiority in the culture of people working with youth. Politicians have to count on us. They have to gain field at the political level. Young people will be always more creative. They will be smarter in order to face all the challenges of my generation and of the next generation. And if we don't participate in the decision-making process, this feeling of loneliness is growing and growing for young people. In order to face all those challenges, with all the initiatives adopted by some institutions, I think that the opportunities currently are more numerous than before. So facing all the challenges, young people can play an important role more than ever. So in the Union of the Mediterranean, we are not a single category according to the classifications that have been adopted by international institutions. If we talk about opportunities, about resources and horizons, if we focus on the north of the Mediterranean, people can move freely in the north of Africa or in the Middle East, the situation is the opposite. We don't have the possibility of moving from a region to another, even inside our countries. So we are young people there are young people who could not participate in these events. So we should try to remove every type of discrimination in order not to lose hope. And sometimes we are blamed of doing less militancy. The institutions of young people have to fight in order to implement with the regional complementarity some of these scarcities. And as a woman from the South, I think that discrimination based on gender or the origin, the North or the South, all this is too important. And I think this is what made me talk here in order to remove all those barriers. So we have the hope to advance. So thank you very much for joining us. Let's start to work and to adopt policies in order to save what can be saved. And we are telling to all the Mediterranean region, we can face all the challenges and the obstacles. We are a new Mediterranean generation, and we are ready to implement principles of equality and justice. And last, I would like to thank my foundation and the Union for the Mediterranean and all the working team for the invitation, as well as collaborators like the German Agency for Cooperation and all the people who have helped, the Anna Linde Foundation, the Minister of Youth in Egypt. So thank you very much for your participation, for your contribution. We will hope to see you in the 4th edition with all projects and all the dreams. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. El Sayed, for the importance of your a call for increasing efficiency of coordination between the northern and the southern part of the Mediterranean. Although our two next speakers could not join us in person today, they still insisted on being present to some capacity via video chat. Our fifth speaker is His Excellency Mr. Ashraf Sobhi, Minister of Youth and Sports in the Arab Republic of Egypt since 2018.
السيدات والسادة، يشرفني أن أتحدث إليكم اليوم في إطار تنفيذ نسخة ثالثة من أكاديمية شباب المتوسط، وكذلك الحدث رفيع المستوى الاتحاد من أجل.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to address you, and this is a very good opportunity in order to send this recorded message. Our region has lived the creation of civilizations, of cultures of all the generations, and currently we are going to highlight the role of cooperation between young people in the Mediterranean home. The Ministry for Youth and Sport of the Egyptian Republic, in collaboration with the Union for the Mediterranean and organizations in civil society. We are sure that young people will create this future with the availability of opportunities so that they can achieve success. And the city of Al Alamein will be the capital in 2024. This was announced by the minister, Mr. Budi, and young people are aware of the possible challenges, and the preparation for the future will be efficient. What happens at the level of economy, at the level of other dimensions? How can we collaborate in an atmosphere of peace? The young leaders will be able to contribute to the change. I wish you a lot of success. So I am talking for the Ministry of Youth in Egypt.
It is now the time for us to introduce our last speaker of these introductory remarks, Her Excellency Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament. Still on video chat.
The Mediterranean region, with its rich history and mosaic of different cultures, religions, and traditions, has been a crossroads of civilizations for centuries. Today, it is at a crossroads of its own. We are facing challenges on multiple fronts, from climate change and digitalization to geopolitical stability, employment, and socio-economic disparities. But I am here today to reaffirm my belief that in the face of all these challenges, young people are our greatest asset. 1 in 6 Europeans are between the ages of 15 to 29. Approximately 1/3 of the Euro-Mediterranean region is under the age of 25. In its southern and eastern Mediterranean countries, this proportion rises to nearly half of the population. That is why the decisions we take today will determine the fate of the Mediterranean region for generations to come. Youth engagement is not just a choice, but a necessity if we are to address these challenges effectively. The European Parliament has understood this, which is why our priority is to invest in the younger generation of Europe and to strengthen the role of young people in our decision-making procedures. Take, for instance, our youth consultations and dialogues to combat social exclusion, or our educational and training programs that help bridge the skills gap towards youth employability and entrepreneurship. We also offer funding and grants for projects that aim to empower our youth. In the realm of politics, the voice of young people is a force to be reckoned with. By participating in democratic processes, young people can shape the future of the Mediterranean region by holding leaders accountable for their decisions and by demanding transparency and accountability in governance. It is imperative that we keep making this point and to pass on the message that their vote, that every single vote, matters. And yet, for youth engagement to be truly effective, it requires the support and commitment of governments, institutions, and civil society alike. It is essential to create platforms for young people to voice their concerns, develop their leadership skills, and take an active role in shaping policies. So let me conclude by saying how encouraged I am that you are gathered here in Barcelona to discuss youth engagement. By setting similar priorities, I am confident that we are on the right track in shaping a sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean for the future. Thank you.
Again, we thank all our speakers for delivering their inspiring insights for these introductory remarks this morning to give us a first taste of what this day promises to be. I give back the floor to Ms. Rim Filali-Meknassi for the rest of the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Aya, for the beautiful moderation job. Well, without further ado, we will continue with our program today. by giving the floor to our partners in crime, because all this endeavor, as you heard it in the opening remarks, is a joint effort, and we couldn't have done it alone. So first of all, I am very pleased and privileged to give the floor to Mr. Youssef Arroug, co-founder and president of the Mediterranean Youth Foundation for Development, Climate and Energy. For those that know him, his passion for youth work and development led him to establish this foundation in Egypt and Estonia, and he's here to present it for you. Thank you very much.
Working? Yes. It's a presentation, so no need to use the podium. Is it working? Yes. Okay, to invest in time, Sabah al-Khair, good morning to every single person in the room. I'm super excited to present the Mediterranean Youth Academy after a long journey started in 2019. As you will see in the presentation that hopefully will appear in the screens. Maybe before I present MYA formally as written in the slides, I would quickly share a story, personal story. I was born and grew up in Sinai Peninsula, which is a rural area in Egypt. And when I was a kid, I still remember the side talks that I had with my colleagues. Considering that it's a rural area, we had two main things to do. Even to do hiking in the mountain of Sinai or to go to the Mediterranean Sea to swim. And one of the side talks that we had, what is behind the sea? What is existed on the other side of the sea? We were trying to imagine what is there. And I hope that you will not be shocked if I will tell you that we had two narratives. Two imaginations. The first, even there is a better communities, better cities, where we must do everything possible and not possible to move there, to be immigrants, to have a better life conditions. And it's terrible as a kid to have a goal when you grew up to go beyond the sea searching for a better life conditions. And the second narrative is what is existed on the other side of the sea are colonizers, might occupied our homes, our beautiful houses, these gold beaches in Sinai. People who are very different in everything, values, religions, colors, and whatever you would like to add to the list, which is horrible narrative as well, right? Few years after, I had the chance to travel outside of Egypt, to Spain, to UK, to France, Italy, Portugal, and 20 countries more. And actually, I realized that the majority of my thoughts, the stereotypes that I had, are not correct. We share a lot of things. When I meet young people from other countries, when I try food in Greece, in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal, a lot of comments, a lot of hopes. Why I had no idea about it? Why such an extreme narrative were developed in the brain of a young or a kid person on the other side of the Mediterranean? Would you like to think about the answer or the reason? Because I am isolated. I am isolated in a rural area, not only me, but thousands of people, not only in Egypt, but in other countries in our region. In the next 10 minutes, I will cover 7 main points, starting from what is MYA, statistics, key achievements, the challenges that we faced, and ending with its recommendations. The journey was not short. We started the idea in 2019 to conceptualize the concept, what the project would be about, what its identity, what we gonna discuss, what we gonna do. And after we planned this, we started to search for donors, partners, supporters, believers in a project. I ask you now, who would be interested to support a random group of young people who would like to develop a regional project led by youth? It's not easy. And here it's a chance for me to express my gratitude to the government of Egypt, represented by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, regardless the bureaucratic procedures we have been through. But without them, we will not be able, all of us, here today. Thank you. The first edition took place in Cairo with 99% Egyptian participants, only one Jordanian girl. And it was in Cairo. In 2022, 19 countries, 125 participants in Alexandria, with more than 14 partners. Ireland, EU delegation to Egypt, UfM, UNDP, Egyptian Ministry of Youth, religious institutions, and even more. And 2023, here we are in this historical, impressive premises of the UfM. Numbers, the language of numbers is very important and not easy to be forgotten. And let me share with you some statistics of MYA in its first and second edition. 28 youth-led initiatives was born in its 2 editions. 10 of them already implemented, not only in Egypt, in Spain, in Lebanon, and recently Jordan. 120 females participated in our academy, which is the double number approximately of males, responding to the lack of participation, women participation, and women engagement in public life. 18 national and international partners. More than 200,000 euros as funding to be mobilized for the 2 editions. Moving to the 3rd edition, 3 clusters, approximately 100 more or less from 20 countries in the Mediterranean. We are not satisfied about this number. We are hoping for better and to increase the representations of countries, but this is what we achieved until now. And here, money is speaking. 300,000 euros as a direct support from GIZ and the German government, plus other many grants coming from IMED, Annaland, and other organizations as well. Key achievements. What MYA have brought to the table? We facilitate dialogue among young participants and young people from the Euro-Mediterranean region. We develop policy recommendations that can be achieved, and 9 of the 28 were achieved. One of them is implementing the academy outside of Egypt, and here we are. Another example is convincing the Egyptian government to announce Al Alamein city as a Mediterranean youth capital, until we convince the UfM to govern the process to be delegated through a delegation system among countries. To strengthen the institutional cooperation. For example, the Ministry of Youth have never cooperated with the UfM, and there are other examples among the 18 partners that we have until now. To achieve what I just presented was not easy. A lot of challenges occurred. But I can summarize with one of the main challenges that you will face as young people who have youth-led initiatives that you want to implement. Funding. It's always about money. How we overcome this challenge? By finding something common among different stakeholders and reach them in a way to convince that our project is not for us, but it's to achieve one of your goals, one of your priorities as an organization. And that's what happened. The UfM is interested in regional integration. GIZ is interested in youth employment. Ministry of Youth is interested to enhance the mobility programs and to create opportunities for their young people to travel abroad. Anna Lindh Foundation, the same. Other partners, IEMED, the same. The second challenge, the complex logistical coordinations. And here, no need to refer to visa hassle. My colleague Yasmin already referred to that. How we would ensure that we will bring the right people to the right place. Look at you guys. Look at the commitment that you have been showing in the last 3 days through, I would say, a very hard process of selection. Thanks for our partners who did that effort. What you get benefit from participating in MYA, if you would like to encourage other colleagues in the future, they would have the chance for skill enhancement through workshops, discussions, and brave spaces to think about your fears, your challenges on the local level. To enhance the regional cooperation, maybe you agree that youth is still a weak component in regional integration. Also, the community impact that you will create, because the academy is not only the 4 days. The academy will start actually from tomorrow with your initiatives that you will implement, you will advocate for, you will mobilize funding, you will cooperate with other colleagues to implement it. And moving to the most important part, what is next? What are our vision or our recommendations from MYA? Have you heard about the Euromed University in Morocco, in Fez or Slovenia? Raise your hands if you did. Perfect, like 20-30% of the audience. We would like to call to establish the Euro-Mediterranean University in Egypt. Education has a lot to do in our region in terms of responding to the challenges or enhancing the cooperation in the field of formal education or the mobility programs. Here we have the representative of the governments. Maybe this will achieve the European Union to support financially, technically. We need a Euromed University for Euro-Mediterranean studies in Egypt. The second, which is really important to us as young people, especially fresh graduates from their bachelor's or master's, how many interns the UfM is welcoming every year? It's very limited. If we are serious to prepare the future generations of the Mediterranean to continue what our ancestors started since the Barcelona process 26 or 25 years ago, we need you to increase the number of internships at the UfM premises. We would like to know how you work here. What is your mechanism? What is your strategy? What is your structure? Please raise the number of slots. The third recommendation. Now the UfM opened or entered the world of youth work as a young or fresh organization. You started that with a youth strategy 2 years ago. Now we have the action plan. But how you will go with that in the future? In a structured way. We're inviting the Union for the Mediterranean to establish an advisory council on youth, to make sure that every single step that you will take related to us, to our future, we will be part of it in a governed way, in a structured way, in a sustainable way. And we have a good practice with other organizations like the Council of Europe or even the European Union. Youth consultation is important. And I'm sure, and I had the opportunity to participate with Dr. Abdel Qadir in the consultation process of drafting the agenda. For that, at least I'm quite sure that when you read the strategy, you will find something common. You will find what you are looking for in this strategy. Why? Hundreds of young people participated in the consultation. But now, where are they? Personally, I don't know. And the last one, because time is almost over, the UfM has a ministerial council for energy or higher education. What about youth? Ministers of youth. How this strategy and its action plan will be implemented in our countries by emails or letters. We really need a ministerial council for the ministers of youth in the Euro-Mediterranean region. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arrouk, for this very lively presentation and for your recommendations, which we'll make sure to try to take on board. Last but not least, I would like to invite on the stage our partners that made this adventure since Monday possible. Please, Ambassador Selen Florenza, Executive President of the European Institute of the Mediterranean, Mr. Giuseppe Ferre, Executive Director of the Annalyn Foundation, and Mr. Johannes Leapel, Head of the UfM Hub for Jobs, Trade and Investment at the GIZ. Please join me on the stage. Thank you. Thank you. So before presenting the UfM call for action, the agenda on youth that we've been preparing this year, we wanted to hear from our partners on their insights and recommendations and their views in the extensive work that they are already doing on youth in the region. Please, Ambassador Florenza, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be with you. I would say that I have spent a great deal of my life dealing with young people, both as a university professor and then even as a diplomat. I very often engaged in different periods of my life. It reminds me, for example, now that some of the recommendations, for example, exchanges of young people and internships and mobility, well, as Josep Ferrer will remind, when we were both working at the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation, how much we engaged in this. At that point, we were in our institute delivering about, I think it was 3,700 allowances for people to come to study to Spain, or for mobility, scholarships, and so on. And so it is very dear field of action, because it is sure that young people, it is usually said because it is obvious that they are the future. But in the case of the Mediterranean, this is much more so, because of the transition period, I would say, in which we are in many different senses, even in the demographic sense. Most of the South Mediterranean countries have gone through their demographic transition, which is almost a shift. But is this, well, for example, in most of South Mediterranean countries, rate of fertility at the time of their independence was in 56, for example, for Morocco or Tunisia, was 7.3 or 7.4 children per woman, and now they are 2.01, 2.03 or something like that. Behind this very simple figure, there is an enormous social change, not only in the how the families are, but in the mentalities, the accession of women to the labor market to gain its independence. I mean, not only changes in legislation, but really in the social fabric of our societies. And but the phenomenon is so recent that the people who are now arriving, for example, to the labor market, because it's one of the premises, are still the generation of full generation. So this is why there is this kind of complementarity between north and south of the Mediterranean, with youth plenty of young people in the south. As it was said, 1/3 of the people below 25, and a scarcity of young people, because we Europeans do not want anymore to take responsibilities of having many children. I would even say of having children, which is a sin that we are committing. But, well, this is to say that in these years, youth are really the key factor in many, many different respects for the economic progress of these countries, to bring about social change in many different respects. And this is why I think that this endeavor of the Mediterranean Youth Academy, and we have seen in the progress that we made during these days, and so many other programs to promote the presence of youth in all different fields, it's so important. Well, I've been going through all the sessions that have been taking place, and I think that really they touch the key points of the present day schedule, because we have the traditional problems that we had and the aspirations, especially of young women and young men, and to bring about changes in their societies in many different respects, modernizing the institutions, as well. The Arab Springs is really a phenomenon of that kind. And in my view, it's not finished. It's just that we thought that it would take about, I don't know, a few months. It would take maybe a few decades, but it is obvious that the modernization of mentalities will continue, and this will be the job of young people. And then with the other respects, because we are facing now other challenges which are immense in terms of the environment degradation, in terms of how we have to take care of our sea, because we are talking about the Mediterranean, how we can bring about the best results of digitalization, for example, of our societies, our economies. I can assure you, we elder people will not be able to do that. I can see even in my house. Maybe I know more things than my children, but they are much better than me at any digital skills. So it is the task of young people to bring about, with their aspirations, the real and actual modernization of our societies, our economies, our institutions, our mentalities. So I want to introduce another, let's say, perspective on what we are saying, because I think that we have to talk the responsibilities of the youth in this respect. We have a tendency to be nice with people and how great is the youth today, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's absolutely true. But I would like to stress as well how much we depend on them to take forth this general, I would say, modernization of our societies, which comprises many different things for the inclusiveness of our societies, for the social and economic progress, for the access of not only young people, but women especially. We still have a deficit of that in Mediterranean societies in all aspects of life. So it is really a pleasure. We have been supporting this endeavor because we believe in all these tasks that we have to take together, and well, we will continue to support. In the IMED, we have many different programs relating to youth. My collaborators have even prepared a list of that. I will not go through it, but well, it's a cluster program with youth employment, We are the Secretariat of the Ana Lin Foundation Network in Spain. We have Connect, which is youth and the problems of radicalization and stereotypes, etc., in Mediterranean societies. Or all we do to introduce young researchers. Just to finish one kind of anecdote, and Josep Ferrer was with us at that point. We are the Secretariat of Euromesco, which is the main network for research. We are 116 think tanks from all over the European Union and the Arab world, plus 16 observers from the further east in the Middle East and in the Sahel countries. So out of these about 140 institutions, we have an annual conference that gathers every year, and we realized that the people who attended in representing their institutions were about the same every year, and all of them above 50 years old. And so we organized specific sessions for young researchers. Of course, young researchers, excuse me for that, we understand below 35. I do not believe that really you can be considered a full researcher at 18. It is different. Youth is a powerful force, but then you have your responsibility, as I was mentioning, to become a real researchers. And then an immense quantity of splendid young researchers appeared. So I think that's what we have to do, and we'll try to support it as far as we can from the European Institute of the Mediterranean. Thank you for your attention.
Towards Josep Ferrer, because the Al Anil Foundation as well has activities in that spirit. So please, the floor is yours to share with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reem. In fact, youth is at the center stage of the action of the Al Anil Foundation from the very beginning. And we are very much committed in this regard. And regarding youth people, we harness the full leverage of the Al Anil Foundation, which is based on bridging the gap between institutions and governments and civil societies. And as the Al Anil Foundation is a platform of encounter and dialogue. And we can do this because both civil society institutions and governments are integral part of the Al Anil Foundation. As our sister organization, the UfM, and here I take advantage to highlight the close cooperation and the partnership that we have, the Al Anil Foundation has always with the UfM. And to congratulate also, I take advantage to congratulate the UfM for this youth strategy and this youth roadmap. And I can assure you, the Al Anil Foundation and the UfM, we will keep collaborating together, seeking synergies and complementarities, and there are a lot. So, as I said, as our sister organization, the UfM, we have the ALF board with representatives of the ministries of foreign affairs of the 43 countries of the Euro-Mediterranean space. In our case, to promote dialogue, to promote exchanges and mutual understanding in the Euro-Mediterranean space. But what makes the Al Anil Foundation unique, what I consider is our added value, is our network of networks of civil society. So in every single of the 43 countries, we have a network of civil society organizations. And all around, across the region, we have 4,500 members. And among them, there is the Mediterranean Youth Foundation, And we're very happy to have you on board as one of the outstanding members of the Egyptian network of the Annalene. So we are taking advantage of those two bodies, the governmental part and the civil society part, to build also our action plan on youth. And is roughly speaking, there is two main components. With institutions, with governments, we have a line of work promoting and generating knowledge to advocate, to try to change things. And with civil society is above all related to take action. And with this current regional situation, we consider at the Annalene Foundation that our humble, but also our honest contribution is to promote dialogue in the region. So the two ALF main lines of work related to youth, first is to analyze through evidence-based research how to promote youth engagement in participatory dialogues in policy-making process. And here, what we are focusing our work also is in three main drivers that several of the speakers before have mentioned. The first, to analyze what are the constraints and how to overcome them in order to promote this active participation of youth in the policy making. Then, the second strand is the promotion of active citizenship. And here, this is very much related to make people aware on what is possible to be done. And the third strand is very much related to legitimate forms of participation. And here we work on, or we will work on representativeness, because this is, we consider, a special or specific important part. But also, the Annalene Foundation, and above all, I mean, because this component of research is quite new, but the Annalene Foundation is characterized with these actionable programs to empower youth leaders in the region. And here, we are, in January, we are going to develop a new program, which has his name is Youth Mediterranean in Action. And here we are targeting, with a specific methodologies, three targets. First, youth researchers, and this is quite, complementary on what the IMET is doing, to generate knowledge by young researchers, but also to visualize, make visible what the young researchers are doing. Also to support youth community leaders, because we consider the local development is crucial in the region. And then we are focusing also, we are targeting youth influencers, because we consider that communication, outreach at national and regional level is very much in need. And with those people, we have, as I said before, specific methodologies to train, to empower them through the implementation of concrete actions, concrete projects, and to accompany them on that process. And I think also that is important, not only to provide the skills, to provide final resources, but to provide also tools to succeed. And with those credentials, and I'm going to finish with that, with those credentials, the best of the people, the young leaders that are going to contribute to our project will participate on policy dialogues. And also we are going to constitute a youth council that is going to take part of the decision on the programming of the Annalene Foundation. So I invite you very much to join us in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Joseph, for sharing with us these opportunities. Keep an eye, he said, from January, the Mediterranean Youth in Action program, so keep an eye on the opportunities that will come out. And last but not least, Johannes Leapel from the GIZ. Could you share with us, from the donor's perspective, your views on youth work and how we should work with youth? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rim. I tried to keep it short because we're running behind schedule, but I actually don't want to talk too much about GIZ, which is the German Development Cooperation Agency that I'm representing here. I want to really address you, the participants of the Mediterranean Youth Academy here in Barcelona, because it's about you. It's been a very full week for all of you. A week that I think was full of conversations, of networking, workshops, presentations, and the joint development of ideas and initiatives. And I believe also some partying and dancing. If I look at some people's faces, I don't think that can be denied. But it's really about you being here this week, and I'm lucky enough to have my office here in this building. So that gave me a chance to pass by some of the sessions over the last days, and I was really impressed with the motivation, the engagement, and the focus of everybody in the room. Whenever I opened the door, it was that focus that really impressed me, and I think actually because of so much conflict and tension in the region right now, it is even more important right now to see so many young people come together and to focus on issues that are extremely important for the future of our region: climate change, job prospects, and social inclusion. And I think another thing that became clear this week for probably most of us is that we share more than just the Mediterranean Sea in our middle. We really share the same challenges and the same problems in our countries, whether it is in North Africa, in the EU, in the Middle East, in the Balkans. We might not face these problems to the same degree, and we certainly face them in different contexts, but I believe that none of the challenges that were discussed here this week are entirely foreign to any of us. And I think that's a really important takeaway. You've heard it probably many times before this morning also, but I will just repeat 3 statistics because I think it is important to really let it sink in terms of the dimension of the challenge that we all have in front of us, which is the high unemployment in the region. It's actually the highest unemployment rate worldwide, with 40% in some countries. The high rate of need, so-called need, which is people that are neither in education, employment, or training, which is 30% in some countries and even 50% for women in some countries in the region. And climate change. You have heard it probably here over the last days. The region is heavily impacted by climate change, and it warms 20% faster than the rest of the world. And I think we are all in this together, but I also do think that young people are the ones that will be obviously most affected by these developments, and this is why young people really shouldn't be subjects to policies and strategies, but should be active architects of their future through concrete involvement and participation in political processes. And I think this is what the UfM Youth Agenda is calling for, and this is certainly also the spirit of the Mediterranean Youth Academy this week, with over 100 people from all shores of the Mediterranean, people who want to make a difference and to really want to shape a sustainable and inclusive society in the Mediterranean region. So really, it's maybe give yourself a hand, because you really did a fantastic job. And this, of course, is also the reason why we as GIZ are really happy and glad to be supporting this 3rd edition of the Mediterranean Youth Academy. By the way, GIZ also has a huge portfolio in the region. You've probably come across GIZ in your own countries, potentially. We have a lot of internships. Not only the UfM provides internships, GIZ also provides internships in these countries. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing how your ideas and projects that were shared over these last days will lead to on-the-ground initiatives hopefully many of those ideas, and I think very importantly that you keep the spirit of cross-border Mediterranean exchange and cooperation alive. I think this is extremely crucial in these times. So maybe just let me thank the UfM and the organizers in the back, the experts of the working groups, the Mediterranean Youth Foundation, the trainers, and all of you for your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Johannes, for keeping the enthusiasm alive. And thank you to the three of you for your partnerships and for making these days possible for all of us. Thank you. So this is the moment that we were all waiting for, and it is not the coffee break. I am going to call on stage my colleagues, Mrs. Ana Doranrinquia and Mr. Graziano Tullio, to present to you the youth call for action, the UfM Youth Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Rim. I'm not going to go on the stage. It's easier like this. First of all, also on behalf of our division and my colleague Giulia Di Monopoli and Giulia Ferraresi, I want to say thank you, not only to the speakers, of course, but to the participants of Mediterranean Youth Academy, because I have to thank you particularly because you allow us to achieve one specific and concrete objective, meaning having the event in these premises, I think, with the highest rate of youth participation. So it's a pleasure to see people below the 30 in one of our events. So thank you very much for this. I'm here today to present a little bit the background of the UfM Youth Agenda that we have defined as a call for action. Why we have decided to work on this agenda. As was mentioned this morning, we have been working with our partner and civil society organization to draft the UfM Youth Strategy adopted in 2021. But then the strategy was quite ambitious, and we wanted to make a step further for a more concrete action plan. So we asked and we called for mobilizing the national focal point of the UfM member states, and they agreed with us in 2022 that we needed to have more concrete input from people working on the field, meaning from the youth-led organizations. So we decided to go ahead with the organization of online 4 thematic working group on youth engagement. And on which topic we decide to work? Basically, on the priorities set up in the strategy, meaning environment and climate change, education and employment, social inclusion. In the same time, we received the proposal from the Mediterranean Youth Foundation to work together to organize the 3rd edition. So we thought that it would be, it was a good opportunity for us to merge the two activities. So what we did was during 2023 to gather input from stakeholders, national government and civil society organizations on which kind of initiatives could be supported, promoted or developed under these 3 macro thematic areas. And we decided that it was important for us, in order to have a higher percentage of success in our action plan, to take into account 2 elements. First of all, what the UfM is already doing, involving or targeting directly or indirectly youth, and what the other partners are doing, meaning the European Commission, meaning the international organization, meaning IMED, meaning Annalyn Foundation, and other organizations like Mediterranean Youth Foundation. And when we were drafting the document, one of the questions was what we can do as UfM, what the other partner can do, where we have to look to mobilize funds. I think Youssef was mentioning it in this presentation. This means that what we have put in the document that you have received today and the participants of Mediterranean Youth Academy have received last week is a set of recommendations and proposals on activities. Of course, they are not going to cover everything. But what we tried to do was, okay, this is something on which we see the possibility to mobilize actors, funds, and actions. Why? Because the UfM is already working on it, or because other actors are already working on it. From the other side, the challenge was how to avoid duplication, because if there is already an initiative, we are not going to duplicate. If Annalyn Foundation is going to launch a program on youth leadership, we have to see the synergy, but not to create another program. Same thing, the UfM has a community of practice on youth employment. So our idea is how to increase the participation of young people in the community. We are not going to create a new one. And I have to say that this document, we have considered it as a work in progress, meaning this is a document that we will circulate again, we will ask for additional input, we will make our effort to put inside the ideas of the proposal that you, during the 3 days, have outlined. During yesterday's session, where we asked about the feedback from the participants, one of the main requests was, we would like really to focus on new project initiatives or to promote the one that is already in place. And we need maybe more capacity building, more training. And this is a topic where the UfM and its partner can work on. Just to react to the recommendation from Mediterranean Youth Academy of last year, not this year, about the possibility to have a youth council or a youth advisory board, and why there is no ministerial on youth you were asking for. What I want to say is that the approach of the UfM is to work on mainstreaming approach and on the target approach. So the fact that it's not a ministerial on youth, it doesn't mean that we don't work on youth. All our thematic agenda on environmental climate, on employment, on business development, on education, on transport, on urban planning, all of them have youth and women as main target group. And we are pushing to be able and to make the other also division of the UfM able to have specific and targeted activities on youth. So we hope we will achieve our target from different perspectives. As we are late, I'm going to give the floor now to our youth policy expert, Graziano Tullio. But let me just thank you again, all the national focal points that supported us during 2023 in drafting the youth agenda, especially the Jordanian focal point, I don't see, thank you, and all the civil society organizations that participate and experts that participate in the work. Of course, we can always improve. The agenda is an initial step, and we will rely on your input to improve it, more specifically to make it more operational. Graziano, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, I must say that I'm in a very difficult position because I'm between you and the coffee break. How many of you needs a coffee to continue the conversation? Well, that's the moment to check a very nice concept, the youth resiliency. You were talking about that in the last 3 days. I remember that. So let's check how much there is the capacity to be resilient and continue and adapt to this new environment, which is be here a few minutes more without a coffee break. Because the idea here is not going to be very long, because I have this very favorable position of talking on something that you already have it in your mind, which is the agenda. So that is something that helps me a lot. I have a little presentation, just because it's easy in this moment to present it. Just a few words about how this agenda was built, was created, about the process. there was a long process, a focused process of screening and analyzing all the different ideas that came from the working group, from the different experts, from their national focal points, until identifying few macro areas. And the subsequent following process was to try to cluster and refine and polishing these ideas until find few specific actions, proposals, that can be somehow implemented in this UfM macro system. We have very few and clear criteria to work on. That was, first of all, to identify these actions that were supported from all the stakeholders that were involved in the working group. We look for activities that could be relevant for all member state policies, but also that are aligned with the broader UfM agenda and the different other organizations and declarations and milestones in youth. And we're talking about the EU Youth Strategy, the EU External Action Plan for Youth, but also the UN documents like the stakeholders Stockholm Plus 50, the Plaidoyer Méditerranéen, etc. At the end of this process, what we had is basically this, in just one slide. Few actions in 3 macro areas. Most of them were tackled during these 3 days. And of course, I'm not going to touch all of them. Just want to make clear that what is in that paper and that slide was basically few elements that can be relevant on its own because they can have a potential impact, and that could be somehow sustainable in this framework where they're going to be implemented. Sustainable means if they have any kind of synergies with other programs or activities, either of the UfM or our regional partners. What does it mean? It means that what we want to target is the entire multi-level governance structure of the UfM. Because at the end of the day, the agenda, as we said, is not an action plan. It's a clause written on the stone. But it's a kind of compass that should guide the convergence between member states, between different regional organizations. It's a way to, let's say, to inspire whoever, any organization that want to embark in a youth project according to their own mandate and available resources. What is inside, more concretely? In the youth agenda, we have ideas about knowledge sharing platform, funding mechanisms, strategic partnership, capacity building schemes, and different kinds of actions that can somehow enable, engage, and empower young people in order to build that sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for all. And that is very important because we tend to have this idea that youth policies are for young people and the youth agenda are for young people, which is not the case. The idea is that young people are inserted in the broader picture of all the policies. And this is something that was already mentioned before, and thank you for that. That's really the base of the agenda because, as we said, I want to be a bit more concrete, and we talked during the last 3 days about different projects. And when it comes to, for example, the part of the environment and climate change, we talk about different projects, but it's also important to have policies paired and young people prepared to be part of policies. And the agenda, for example, we mentioned the Greener Med agenda of the UfM, which is a tool to operationalize a ministerial declaration on environment and climate action. And it's important that young people are involved in the agenda because, of course, the agenda shows concern for young people. But it's important to have more actions and more space for young people to be part, not only of the activities, but, for example, also of the mechanism of monitoring process, where groups can be part of these mechanisms, where can be guaranteed their sustainability also financially, and their independence can also be safeguarded. But it's also important to create a narrative from the youth perspective for the Green Merit Agenda. Going to the part of the economy and employment, just one example, which is about the social and solidarity economy initiatives, which are very interesting because those are kind of initiatives that, of course, wants to generate profit, but they also take care of the environmental and social elements. So they are value-based and human-centered initiatives which can play a different role within the youth constellations. Because first of all, it's not only a way to stimulate entrepreneurship, but it's also a way to promote civic engagement, because if we work in solidarity and considering economic activities also as a way to promote social justice, then young people can increase their capacity to understand the social political impact of the economy. And another important element is about those kind of initiatives can sustain and can promote rural development. They can create a more sustainable space, more services in there, and that can attract more investment and also to retain young people. Yesterday I heard about the brain drain, which is not just about from one country to another, it's also about from the rural areas to the center, for the big cities of the capitals, which is something that we can stop somehow through these type of activities. How to do that? Well, of course, we can have more activity for awareness raising, etc. But it's also important to have policies that make more accessible this kind of initiative for young people, simple, less bureaucracy, having elements such as incubators, accelerators that can give space, that can give mentoring to these young people. But it's also important to, it's already the next, but it's also important to advocate for these policies, but also to create incubators, as I said, and to elaborate financing options, such as we can have crowdfunding platforms and hackathons, etc. Briefly also about the last point, about policy dialogues, including young people to policy making, which is something that luckily many organizations are doing more and more. But it is not just about involving young people in policy making or in policy dialogues. It's important to prepare these young people to participate in this dialogue. The political literacy is very important because not only it helps to have a more meaningful participation and to have more valuable inputs, but it also prevents tokenizing youth, making these young people in a room just because they are youth and not because of their role, their profile, and their expertise. But also political literacy can also help to increase the accountability, the transparency of the institutions, because young people understand the process behind. And this also retain and increase the engagement of young people when they participate in a policy dialogue, because they know how far goes, what happens next, their engagement, and how long is a process, which is, of course, it's not just a 3-day event. This kind of event is just a way to understand how long it takes to find a decision, how difficult it is to reach a final point. It was very nice to see one of the simulations the last few days in the academy, and the people understand, well, it's very difficult to get a decision. Yes, and that is happening also in other levels. And it takes time. It is important to have these moments where young people can understand how far it can go if we have a long run, a long-term perspective, and political literacy. I will skip on that and just to go at the very end saying that how we can have this political literacy. Well, of course, with training and capacity building, as also Anna said before, that it's very important to have it as a first priority, but also we call also to find moments for policymakers and representatives to have confidence building meeting and initiatives with young people in order to have moments firsthand for delivering and making clear how the rules, how the regulations, how the mechanisms works, and try to break down some certain kind of stereotypes. In this kind of work, it's also important to remember the work that can be done in the youth centers, in the youth club that in the Mediterranean regions are spread all around. And of course, they can be quite impactful if paired with the professionalizations of the youth work that are offering their service in there. And in the schools as well, we talk about volunteering, we talk about mobility of young people. Those are all elements that can increase the capacity of young people to participate in the decision-making process. This very nice pyramid makes clear at the very end of my presentation that at the end of the day, what we want to do with the agenda is to set the ground to support the visibility, but also the legitimacy and the recognition of the transformative power of the young people. And how to do that? We operate in different levels, advocacy, mentoring, financial support as basic. And the working methodology, of course, takes in consideration policies, practices, and platform, because it's true that most of the time young people talk about projects. It's important to implement projects, but it's also important to have a platform, and we call it as a community of practices and other certain networks, where young people can interact with counterparts. But it's also important to have a framework which is a forthcoming, and there is a space structured that can enable these projects to continue to have a sustainability, to have an impact in the long run. So after this 3P, I just want to remind the 5P of the Sustainable Development Goals. And out of those, there is one which is the partnership. And this is the last one that I want to recall here, because as said before, this call for action, of course, this agenda is a call for action, but no one action can have an impact alone. So it's important to have different kinds of actions together. That's why this call for action is a call for all member states, for all partners, for all regional entities, and also grassroots organizations to converge around this agenda and mobilize the available resources to make available infrastructures around the needs that were identified in the agenda, around the priorities that were identified in the agenda, in order to actually address what we call it the youth policies in this region. To conclude, I can already understand that some kind of criticism, some people can say it's, well, you said that it's flexible, adaptable, perhaps it's too vague, it's too broad. No, that's actually a way to make it more comprehensive, more open, more dynamic, a process that want to develop the youth mainstreaming process in the UfM. So the key words is partnership, but also to be open, adaptable, and comprehensive in the approach. And that's what we hope that this academy and this event will help to build all together. Thank you for this moment. I thank you for your patience to stay a bit longer for the coffee break. And I will be all around here if you want to continue to engage. There is no time for questions, but I will be available in case you want to discuss a bit about the agenda. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Graziano, on finishing this presentation on the word partnerships. It's thanks to partnerships that we're here today, and we hope that it's thanks working all together that we'll be able to implement this agenda. Well, now we'll break for a short coffee break for 15 minutes. It's going to be where you've been eating these last days at the end of the corridor, and then we'll resume for panels that will go more into focus on these areas, and there will be question and answers so you can interact. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. The meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
Okay. Hello. Hello, everybody. No se escucha. Hello. Hello. Hello, everybody. No. Hello, everybody. Can you say this? Yes, now. Hello, everybody. Can you please take your seat so we can start the first panel, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello? Who is not seated in 5 minutes will not have right to lunch? This can be a good countermeasure. Okay. So, sorry, again, we need to start, so please, thank you for your attention. Before leaving the floor to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Mohamed El-Razaz, I wanted just to anticipate that when the panel will end, everybody will be invited to go outside for the family picture. It will be in the garden. So don't leave the room. We will bring you outside for the family picture and then go back to the lunch. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours, Mohamed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's exactly noon now, but I'll still say good morning and welcome back. Can you hear me well? Yes? Fantastic. My name is Mohamed El-Razaz. I work for the Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean, and I'm both honored and pleased to be here today, and these are not empty words. Let me explain. I'm very honored to be part of an organization that has the convening power, together with its partners, to bring that many stakeholders from all over the region today, despite of the delicate moment that we're all witnessing. Thank you very much for being with us today. Also, I'm pleased to be moderating this session, and I'm pleased because I have been in every single edition of the Mediterranean Youth Academy since inception back in 2021. I've seen this as a dream, and I've seen the capacity of young people to land down this dream into a concrete action on the ground, an action that is bringing us all together today. So a big round of applause again to the Mediterranean Youth Academy and the Mediterranean Youth Foundation. Thank you. Now they say there's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. One such idea guides the first panel now, which, as you know, is dedicated to empowering young people as leaders of green transition. These are big words. Young people as leaders of green transition, yes, but in this panel and in other panels today, you will see that these big words are matched by big ambitions and by big actions on the ground. For the purpose of this panel, please allow me to invite to the stage a host of very interesting speakers. I'll call on them one by one, and they are invited to join me here at the stage. I'll start with Mr. Bulut Altun. He's youth and sports expert at the Ministry of Youth and Sports of the Republic of Turkey. We also have Ms. Frida Krivka, President of the Center for Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies. Please join us. We have Mr. Saad Waqas, who is a regional coordinator for North Africa at the African Youth Initiative on Climate Change. We have Ms. Ananda Alonso Natcher. She's a project manager at the Impact Investment at Medwaves. And we have, of course, Fayrouz Osama Bahauddin, National Researcher, International Water Management Institute, the MENA office. We should have had a sixth participant. Unfortunately, our colleague, Mrs. Samira Shaban, is very ill. She could not join us today. We wish her a speedy recovery. So we have 5 participants and a little less than 1 hour because we do not negotiate with lunch. Lunch is at 1. So this puts pressure on me, which I export to my speakers. We will have 2 rounds of questions, and hopefully there will be also time for comments and for questions from the floor. I'll ask the speakers to help me stay on the time mark. So for each question, they would have each around 4 to 5 minutes maximum. I have a reputation for keeping time, so we don't want to really cannibalize other sections of today's event. I will start directly with the first speaker for today, Mr. Bulut. Mr. Bulut, you took part in the preparation of the National Youth and Sports Policy document for the Republic of Turkey years ago. And my question to you is about other policy frameworks and best practices already in place to further encourage and engage the young people with climate action. The floor is yours. I remind you and myself that you have around 4 minutes, so please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. First, I am very proud and honored to be here together with the Mediterranean friends whom I think have the unique potential for addressing common challenges as well as creating future perspectives. To begin with, I would like to give a synopsis of how green transition came to be understood as integrated with youth policy in Turkey. Above all, there were universal and intrinsic reasons for such a pairing between green transition and youth policy. It's like a reality imposing itself on us. And the reason for this, I think the future with its burdens and benefits lies not only in the hands of today's decision makers, but also in the hands of today's younger generations and tomorrow's younger generations. So I think it's clear that the ones who will bear the burden of climate change through their lifetimes are primarily young people. In the light of these facts, the concept of sustainable future that we enshrined in our youth policy document as well prioritize the fairness between generations and intergenerational equity. Also, we had our own reasons for such a pairing between youth policy and green transition. Turkey, on the one hand, has been experiencing the harsh reality of climate change, and on the other hand, it has one of the youngest populations across the continent. Share of the young population under 30 is almost 50%, and it corresponds to more than 40 million people today. And all these facts led us to adopt a more longer-term view on youth policies that protect and promote the needs of younger generations. A decade ago, thanks to this perspective, we adopted National Youth and Sports Policy document with a focus on environmentalism and with a separate policy area titled as Nature, Youth and Environment Action. In retrospect, to take stock of all these 10 years, we saw a great impetus to attain the goals of National Youth and Sports Policy document by supporting youth initiatives and NGOs with a focus on combating climate change in their areas, and our national grant program for youth projects has turned out to be a very useful instrument to grant the youth initiatives and youth NGOs combating climate change. Today, apart from these actions, initiatives of past years, we have two main tools to address the issue of climate change, and one is about youth empowerment. Youth empowerment through our youth centers by enabling young people to address the uncertainties of climate change in their lives and in their actions. I would like to give a summary of the educations that we have realized in our youth centers. We have 467 youth centers across Turkey, and they offer several educations in social sciences, in personal development, in several areas of climate, politics, participation, and of course, climate change as well. And the climate change education in our youth centers are one of the most preferred topics. And these educations are not solely limited to teaching prescriptive behaviors for young people, but it leads young people to embrace the several capacities like critical thinking, like I would say several soft skills and several skills to address the uncertainties and adaptive capacities for climate change. Another dimension of integrating youth policy with green transition within our youth policy framework is youth participation, and for this aim, we use voluntary programs. And we have a well-functioning voluntary program, national voluntary program, run by our ministry. And we see that preparing young people to respond to the challenges of green transition, we need longer-term investments that requires participation and voluntary activities besides education and information. And we see dissemination of volunteering culture across Turkey, thanks to our national volunteering program. We are building such a capacity with young people, I think. And so far, our platform has been used by more than 300,000 volunteers across Turkey, and more than 3,500 voluntary organizations have benefited from this platform. Thank you. This is all from my side concerning this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Is this working? Yes? Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll move directly from Turkey to Africa, actually, to the African Youth Initiative on Climate Change. And I will ask Saad Waqas, what initiatives, what programs, what strategies do you have in place to engage young people, first to raise awareness, but also to engage them with the current climate challenges, of course, with a focus on the Mediterranean context?
Indeed, yeah, thank you for the question. And it all starts from a context that 30 years from now, most of us will be in responsibility positions. And by that time, probably our countries may be drowning or burning. So it would be too late to act. So the urgent challenge is, how can we support young people of today to take climate action so that we can save what can be saved. So that's how the African Youth Initiative for Climate Change started, which is one of the best practices and where I'm engaged personally. And it's actually a loose network where we are regrouping African youth from all the continents and regrouping them into national networks. So each country has its own national network, and within each network we try to unite young people in the country, get them together and get them into the spirit of togetherness and working together so that they can work with each other, learn from each other, and then do policy and impact on the national level. So we also link young people with with their governments on the national level, so they can advocate, so that they can be part of the negotiation teams in international events and conferences, so that they can influence the policies and the work that's being done on the national level. And in the spirit of acting locally and thinking globally, what we do on the continental level is linking young people with each other via online meetings, networking sessions, capacity building and exchange programs where we get young people linked with each other and with experts, and that exchange influences ideas for regional projects. For example, I was the North Africa coordinator for 2 years, and this is where I would like to share some insights. We had young people in the kind of North Africa region work on water and desertification initiatives, where we did awareness raising sessions for the past year, and did a campaign for capacity building on waste management and on rational water use in the North Africa region. Also, what we were able to do is creating national networks in different countries. So I'm talking about Algeria, Morocco, Libya, Tunisia, and Egypt. So the 5 countries now have national youth networks that are uniting different youth in each country, and those networks now are trying to influence different policies in their national level. Something that's very proud of is, for example, the Tunisian Youth Negotiators Program. So in collaboration with the government, Tunisian youth are present in the negotiation on behalf of the country, where you can see young people negotiating and discussing and holding the future and the voice of the country. So that was also a good practice that we were able to push for. And besides that, what's going on the local level, we also have collaborations with other youth organizations. So for example, in the European level, we had collaboration with Generation Climate Europe to try and bridge the gap, or bridge the space between the south and the north of Mediterranean. So as I said, again, the same concept of unity and exchange between South Mediterranean and North Mediterranean youth, where we had people, attend kind of capacity development workshop, reflection sessions, where we get together and think about, like, for example, agriculture. What are the challenges that we have? What are the practices that young people are having in different countries? And then how can we learn from each other? If, for example, Spain is having an interesting way to kind of implement climate smart agriculture or vertical agriculture, then how can we get inspired and implement the same concepts in Algeria or Egypt? For example, those kind of exchange allowed for bilateral collaborations between countries. So for example, I remember Moroccan youth, Youth for Morocco, Youth for Climate Morocco, also in collaboration with also Youth for Climate Morocco, for Tunisia, we were able to start bilateral program. So the idea here is to get young people to exchange, learn from each other, and build capacity of each other. Agriculture people influencing finance people, influencing adaptation. So the idea is that by the end, or on the long term, people are united on the local level, national level, and regional level, and we work together to have a bigger impact. And when we capture that impact, we're able to pitch for more supports and bigger grants, and we have a voice that we are sharing on the collective level. So I'll pause it here for now, and looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you very much. We're talking the same language. We're talking about inclusion, we're talking about advocacy, we're talking about dialogue, and we're talking about scaling up. Actually, this takes me to the next speaker, Mr. Jabra Dukmaq, who is the founder of a Palestinian startup in Beit Lahm in the West Bank. And they have developed an application to connect those with surplus food and those who need food, if I'm not mistaken. I would like to have you elaborate a little bit on this app. What made you think of this app? What need is there on the ground? What are the main challenges that you had to go through? So the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm genuinely thrilled to be here with all of you today. surrounded by talented individuals who share a common passion and goal for creating a sustainable and greener future. We, as a team of لحق حالك, we decided to work on this application and to develop it because we saw like there is a serious problem, concerns about food waste. So to make a real impact, we wanted to start at the community level, considering the special cultural and economic aspects of Palestine. So our project introduces an innovative approach adopted from successful models in Europe to the Palestinian sphere. لحق حالك is not only an application to mitigate food waste, but also contributes to the economic sustainability of West Bank by connecting businesses with surplus food to local residents. So this fosters a more inclusive and resilient community, aligning with our mission to create a positive social and economic impact in line with Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030. Especially it contribute to the goal number 12, ensure sustainable consumption, production patterns, along with goal 2, zero hunger, and goal 10, reducing inequalities. The added value about this type of project, it lies in its potential impact at generating a win-win-win solution based on winning together strategy for food producers who will be able to reduce food surpluses and expand their customer base, for consumers who will gain access to a wide of variety and fresh and quality meals, let's say, and for the environment, reducing the environmental negative impact that associated with food waste. In each of these three spheres of action, all stakeholders benefits from cooperating with each other in preventing edible food from going to waste by contributing to a more equitable distribution of resources, all while creating a self-sustaining ecosystem that not only benefits the environment, but also fosters economic growth and social cohesion in Bethlehem. Let's talk about the challenges and opportunities that we faced. Introducing this type of application in Bethlehem comes with a set of challenges, particularly considering the complex political and economic situation in Palestine. The region is structurally confronted with specific obstacles, such as restricted access to resources, restricted access to funding, and territorial divisions, and a regulatory framework that demands on careful navigation. Given these circumstances, we face many practical requirements of support through strategic allocation of we need financial support, networking, and mentorship, technical support. And I'm happy to be part of the UfM. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing this inspiring initiative with us. There will be a follow-up question in the second round, but now I move directly to Ananda. Ananda, you were the former coordinator of a very interesting community, the Switchers community, which was an initiative aimed at promoting and supporting young entrepreneurs who worked on circular economy and on sustainable business models. And I would like to know your opinion about things that can be done to further encourage young people to adopt such sustainable business models and to engage more and apply more and more of the principles of circular economy.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to ask first to the audience here, who knows the switchers community or switchmen? Really? Okay, so the explanation is needed, good. Yeah, so just to tell you a bit more about the switchers community, this is a network of change makers all across the Mediterranean countries that are working to make the switch, therefore the name switchers, to make the switch to sustainable and fair consumption and production models. And we do this because at MedWaves, the organization I'm representing, by the way, for those who don't know, MedWaves is the center is part of the UN Environment Program for the Mediterranean, and we used to be called SCP-RAC, Sustainable Consumption and Production Regional Activity Center. Our new name is way shorter and better, I think so. But just so you know where we come from. We really believe that the key to tackle all the challenges the Mediterranean is facing, climate change, loss of biodiversity, scarceness of resources, we really need to change the the production and the consumption model. And we need to, it's an unsustainable one. I think we can all agree. Our linear model can't continue like that, and we need to change to a circular one and a regenerative one. And to do this is key to support young entrepreneurs in the region, because we have, as we know, small enterprises are the backbone of Mediterranean region. They come up to 90% of the economy, and most of them are led by young people, and we have a huge potential of young population that can't become active members in the economy because of the lack of opportunities. So we really need to focus on this. So to answer the question, how can we support these young people to become green entrepreneurs tackling these challenges? I think this is the story of the switchers community itself is what we are trying to answer. At the beginning, we started with this network. It was mostly about visibility, sharing the stories of the entrepreneurs that already exist and connecting them to make them realize they are not alone, because we always get these main stories that are usually bad about the region, but there's a lot of good things going on that we don't get to know. So then the next step was to provide them with tools, like the kind of support that you were mentioning, right? By the way, you should apply it to the switchers community. We really need any people with innovative ideas like yours. We include all sectors from sustainable food, agriculture, tourism, fashion, anything that is sustainable and green and contributing to the transition to the green economy. So we realized that we needed to provide more support, specific support on technical skills. So we've developed a platform called the switchers.org, and there is a toolbox with tools to measure the impact of your business, to learn to do a green business plan, green business model, and we transfer all these methodologies that we created to the local business support organizations in every country, so they can, again, mainstream this sustainability approach in every country. And this is just an example. We also work on access to finance. We are working on creating the Switchers Fund, which is an impact investment fund, where we will try to fund not businesses that usually look for return on economic investment, but also on the social impact of the business and the environmental impact. So this is the kind of businesses that we need to support, because it's the only way that we can really achieve a fair and sustainable society. And for this, the last thing is that the whole ecosystem needs to contribute and needs to align their actions, because it's not enough with saying to the youth, yes, you have to be active and we have to empower them, but what does that mean, no? We need to give them space in the political sphere. They need to be represented, and it can't be just like a token, no? It has to be really transversal, and we have to give this a space for representation. And the final thing is the importance of networking, because it seems maybe not relevant, because we're always told that it's more important to compete as an entrepreneur than to cooperate. But in my experience, it's not true. Really, when you cooperate with others, you are stronger, because you're creating this a line of interest, and the really like policymakers can hear your interest, and you can achieve more things.
Thank you very much. talking about networking falls on very sympathetic ears here at the UfM Secretariat, because the multi-stakeholder approach, the coordination, the collaboration, the teamwork is part and parcel of what we do and who we are. And I move directly to you, Fayrouz. And I know that the specific focus of the research that you do at the International Water Management Institute is about the coherence between the policies in the MENA region for managing food, water, and land. This sounds very reminiscent of the WEF Nexus and the WEF Nexus. And my question to you is, how can we make sure that these policies include not exactly a youth component, a youth perspective, that's to say? Yes, please try. Can you use one?
So first, let me thank you for inviting me to this panel. Talking about water is a very dear topic to me, since I come from Alexandria, the Mediterranean Sea. And talking about fresh water, our MENA region is one of the scarcest water regions in the world, along with frequent drought waves that are hitting the region. This is why, as part of my work, I work as a political science researcher with the International Water Management Institute. My focus is on policy coherence between water, food, and land. Specifically talking about how can we integrate strategies on agriculture and water resources and irrigation and climate change to better manage our scarce resources. So our key matrix for the policy coherence is to evaluate the potential impact of these strategies and policies on youth outcome, livelihoods, and income. So taking youth as victims of this incoherence between food, land, and water, and taking them as factor of policy coherence implementation as well. This can be achieved through two topics that we are working on in the International Water Management Institute. So the first one is to take an entrepreneurial perspective. So we have a program called Water and Energy for Food, UfM, and it's basically about decreasing the use of water and decreasing the use of energy and producing more food. So relying on these innovative solutions, and yesterday we talked about the use of AI, also as well to manage our scarce resources in an integrated manner is very important. And mentioning the We4F initiative, using less water could be through improving the infrastructure of irrigation, improving the seeds. Businesses can improve drought-tolerant seeds so that so they can use less water but also produce higher food production. For the next perspective, and this is something that I think Mr. Joseph Faure, he mentioned, is that to build on local communities and create community leaders for youth. And specifically for water, there is something called Water Users Associations. And this is something that is regulated and issued by the law in 2021. And they mainly manage the water allocation between farms and also manage the conflict that can arise between farmers. So my perspective is that we can capitalize on these water users associations and include a youth perspective so that they can, or youth farmers, exactly, so they can own their land, they can not leave or abandon their lands in the future. Yeah. And regarding policies, for the regulations, it needs to be aligned to the needs of the communities and youth. And for that, we discovered from our analysis that the real power to move things around water management and food production is rely on the knowledge and coherent knowledge of farmers. So we need to build that through expanding experimental fields and farm field schools across the country. also to make farmers access financial incentives. And there is a big programs in Egypt where the Development Bank of Germany are funding national banks to provide small green grants to adopt climate-smart technologies so they can manage water and land efficiently. The last thing that I want to highlight, the last thing that I want to highlight is that creating a massive food production is missing a link, which is the economic water productivities. Because if I made a lot of production, but this food goes into food loss, it's also a water loss. And since we have water scarcity, we need to preserve our water resources. So the last thing is that we need to ensure that there is a complete cycle of market linkages and trade so that we can create efficient market and competitiveness of these production and ensure that to minimize the food loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. These are very interesting takeaways, and rest assured that all the insights and the ideas from today will be duly reflected in an outcome document. And we will do the second round differently. We will do it the other way around. So I will start again with you, and we take it one level up. So you have 3 minutes each to reply. So it will be a miracle of compression. Otherwise, we cannot give the floor to our valuable audience here. So I will start back to you because your background, your profile combines sustainable development with gender issues as well. And my question to you as a lady from Alexandria, from Egypt, from the MENA region, what can we do to engage young girls and women in addressing the global challenges associated with the green transition? I'll give you back the...
Thank you. Our scores regarding our region, MENA region, so the scores on gender gap is very bad. We score very less on economic empowerment, and we have the lowest entrepreneurial activity, scoring 4% of the total population. And this is due to several challenges, gender stereotypes, gender discrimination, lack of knowledge, and access to network. So our recommendation is basically divided into 3 main things, the macro level and the meso level and the micro level. So the macro level, it's also according to policy coherence. We're trying to analyze how the policies are integrated gender transformative approach into each strategy of agriculture, water, and climate change in a way that there is concrete gender indicators, gender targets, and gender budget to ensure that there is an effective implementation of gender framework. And the second level is the meso level. Meso level, we also work with business, with agri-businesses, and specifically women-led agri-businesses. We are trying to create decent jobs for them, fair income, as well as to encourage them to adopt circular economy activities and environmental practices. And also as well to build a coalition and networks. So we have an experience regarding this building networks that is called Women Innovate Network. And in this week we had our second webinar, and its aim is to build a coalition of women-led businesses to share experiences like community of practices, and also how they can adopt environmental, social, and corporate governance in their businesses. The last thing is that the micro level, and that we need to ensure that the needs of women are addressed and to take into consideration the different layers and identities of women, especially that they are different in religion, economic status, education, or marital status. And the last point that I want to mention that economic women empowerment does not come alone. It needs the chair of the man, which is called positive or peaceful masculinity, that needs to be addressed as well, to give the floor to women to engage in public space, to have self-confidence in them, and without their input, the women empowerment component cannot advance. So chairing and acknowledging the chair of both men and women in addressing economic women empowerment is important. That's all.
Thank you very much. You know the pressure is working when they end up breathless because they rush through there. Thank you very much. I'll move to Ananda. And Ananda, throughout your career, you've worked with multiple stakeholders. You worked with policymakers, with private sector companies, with civil society organizations. What are your ideas as to how these stakeholders can work together in unison towards promoting green transition? 3 minutes.
Hola? No. Yes. So, yeah, I think each actor has a very different but equally important role to play in supporting youth. Policymakers, they need to work on regulations. In the case of, we're talking here, right, on how to empower people to tackle climate change through green entrepreneurship. We need to change the regulations because you can't, it's not fair to put at the same level a social or green company that is trying to take into account all the social and environmental costs of their product. They do life cycle thinking, they take all these costs, versus a traditional linear company that they don't assume any of these negative impacts. They can pollute the environment, use resources unlimitedly, and exploit workers, etc. All these costs, they externalize it by lowering the price of the product. So of course, people then see like this product is cheaper, I'm gonna buy this one, and then of course it's hard to compete with them. So policymakers have this role of regulating the market in a way that is a fair level for a level field for everyone. Regarding the financial sector, I'm very, of course, concerned about this now as an impact investment manager. Like, we need financial institutions to trust and to invest on young entrepreneurs, because of course they may seem riskier because they are young, but like in reality, who is more reliable, a company that is taking into account the sustainability and the environmental and the social impact, or a company that only thinks in short-term economical profit? So all these mindsets, like all these actors have to change their mindset and what is happening.
I'm sorry about that. Please advise the technicians.
And then finally, regarding the side of business support organizations, from the Switcher Support Program, we are working on creating Switcher's national support partnerships in every country. And the idea is that all organizations have to coordinate to really see how they can better support entrepreneurs and offer these services to really empower them and train them and transfer these skills. So yeah, thank you, and thank you really for the agenda, because it is really helpful for us to see that also that all our actions are aligned, and also as institutions, as UfM and Maywood, we can also continue collaborating to empower youth.
Thank you. It's thanks to the excellent work done by the colleagues from the Social and Civil Affairs here at the UfM Secretariat. Jabra, you talked about your experience as a startup, you talked about the app, about some of the challenges. I want to know, how do you see the regulatory framework, the legislative framework? What improvements would you like to see? How important is mentoring? How important is coaching for your kind of initiative?
Hello. Okay. Let's say like the kind of support that businesses the businesses ecosystem should be provided to youth, like startups like ours, like on the green tech, should have like a technical support, like to have the correct functioning of the application, should have like networking and mentorship to build on the presence of international organizations, like seeking to expand and network with initiative and organizations with similar goals to ensure knowledge exchange, partnerships, and mutual accountability. And it will be like the last one, financial support, like a strong and effective marketing campaign as like in our case, we are seeking to introduce a new business model that local people may be like skeptical to use, especially business owners. And last thing, like initial support to probably develop and design like application like ours.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I move to Saad. Saad, what word of advice would you like to give to young people in the Mediterranean region who would like to have a positive impact when it comes to climate change? How should they start? Where should they start? What should be the point of departure?
I would say one word, face. So find your point of entry. And the thing with climate is it's a universal cause. Anything we do in life has relation to climate. Our daily life consumption has relation to climate. Your work as an engineer or as a business person or as a social worker or as a tech or whatever field you are in is in a way related to climate. I'm a medical doctor myself and I'm a young climate activist. So finding your specific area of action, would it be sustainability, would it be agriculture, would it be innovation on climate? So finding the area when you want to act and checking the sustainable development goals and the interrelation of different goals is a good start. So once you do that, acquire the right knowledge, the right tools and capacity. We are in a digital age. We have AI, we have best practices shared all around. So empower yourself, document yourself, don't start from zero and don't reinvent the wheel. See what are the existing practices. Try to get data about the existing problem that you want to solve, a local problem or national problem, and then try to see what similar problems exist and what similar solutions exist. Connect with those people and don't start from scratch. So acquire the tools to help you advance in your climate journey. Collaborate and partnership, very important. As I said earlier, being able to work with others. If you are, for example, a startup, you would need people who work in tech. You need people who are experts in finance. You need people who are experts in policy, who can help you lobby and advocate and push for policy change for you to grow as a startup. You need people who are engaged in communication and awareness, so you can engage with the community and mobilize people and raise their awareness, educate them. So it's about us working together, having a strong team, collaborating with others in other countries, and this forum is a great initiative to facilitate that, us collaborating with each other and being able to work together. In Africa we say, if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you have to go together. And finally, engage. So engaging communities, engaging people, and as Fayrouz said, engaging the local communities is very crucial, because we, in the end, all of these things that we are doing is for them. Those people who are in the rural areas, those local communities, and any development program or any initiative should be tailored to their need, and they should be able to accept it, and they should be able to use it and adopt it and have it part of their daily life. So engage in the community, and here you reach the level of leader. You start with an initiative and then you become an example, and you try to do like a virus, start to infect others with your cause. Either it's waste management, either it's sustainability, either it's a new practice that you want to spread. So you start engaging the community and encouraging them to split, because it's all our cause. Everybody will be involved. So that's the way to face climate change.
Saad, you're a doctor, so allow me to make it bacteria, good bacteria, not virus. We're living in dangerous times. And now, my last question to Altun, back to the Turkish experience. What is the experience of your ministry working with international organizations on sports and youth-related issues and activities, supporting their contribution to green transition?
Okay. Firstly, I would like to treat sports aspect. The sports industry, as you may appreciate, is one of the most important forms of entertainment worldwide, and it has an intricate relation to climate change, like most aspects of life. On the one hand, sports industry contributes significantly towards global warming. And to understand this fact, one must consider the carbon footprint generated by the construction and operation of sports venues and cooling, lighting, heating systems of them, and production of sporting equipments. On the other hand, it has a large potential to be a part of the solution because, on the one hand, due to its broad popularity, it can contribute to awareness-raising campaigns on environmentalism, and it can help the sport actors and sports fans to understand, come to terms with the climate change. And not limited by this, of course, sports can be a powerful tool to mitigate its further negative impacts by means of more sustainable means of operation. And in this vein, there are several international organizations exploring the ways for sport to become an ally in the fight against climate change. And the International Olympic Committee has emerged as the industry's sustainability leader with its projects, because as early as 1994, environmentalism is included officially as the third pillar of Olympism, and Turkey, in cooperation with Turkish National Olympic Committee, strives to encourage and support the initiatives to this aim, and strives to encourage a responsible concern for climate action and other environmental issues. And this action, this responsibility includes using eco-friendly materials to build venues, to reduce the carbon footprints of sports competitions, and of course, sometimes relocating endangered species during construction of sports venues. Also, Turkey's cooperation with Council of Europe to use sports power to be an influential driver to tackle the issue of climate change is no less important. I would like to touch upon the revised European Sports Charter here, and this document is prepared by Council of Europe, and it has a guiding role for the sports policies across Europe, and it has a certain goal to promote sports-related climate action. And Turkey takes a responsibility to reduce its carbon footprint thanks to this goal. And in this line, Turkey, when formulating its sports policies, took into consideration all these tenets of the relevant document. I would like to touch upon the ministerial conference responsible for sports last year held in Turkey. This conference brought together representatives from 44 countries, including at the level of ministers, vice ministers, and secretaries of states. And these ministers discussed the critical challenges to sports policies such as climate change and sedentary lifestyles and other challenges as well. And they pledged support to promoting sport as a pioneer to ensure that the future is healthy and sustainable in terms of green transition. And this conference also featured an exhibition of eco-friendly sporting materials produced in Turkey as well, and this also contributed towards promoting climate awareness among the actors of sports movement across Europe, and this was a positive outcome of this organization as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. I've learned a lot. Frankly, I'll be seeking you out over lunch to pursue more discussion because you mentioned so many ideas and many insights. And now we have time to give the floor to the audience to make a couple of questions. We will take 2 questions. If we have more time, we will take another. So please, if you have a question, raise your hand. mention your name, your organization or country or both, and be very precise and very brief. If the question is addressed to a particular panelist, please say so. And if it's an open question, then we will see who would like to answer. I see a hand there at the back. 2 hands at the back. There we go.
I feel like I'm pretty uncivilized when it comes to technology. Is it working? Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, my name is Simo, I'm from Morocco. I study in Germany, International Relations and Political Science. I would like, first of all, to extend my thanks to the esteemed guests and to the audience as well. My question, I mean, it's not a question, it's a comment, but maybe it can lead to a question at the end. I heard the interventions and they found that the word protest and demonstrate is missing. So there's a lot of talk, I mean, which I do appreciate. There are a lot of initiatives and like grassroots projects, which is pretty good. But my question is, do these organizations, all of them, do they collaborate in order to make it to the street? Because at the end of the day, if you don't make it to the street, there's very little change when it comes to policy. And it has always been this way. I mean, this is what history has taught us. And the second thing that I found that is missing in this conversation is this dichotomy between the West and the North and the South. I mean, we say, and this is basically the narrative of even the Secretary General of the United Nations, we are all in this. I would argue that we are not all in this. It's a bunch of people in the South that are in this and that are suffering the costs of the climate change. So if even we are talking about the Mediterranean, if we don't include other countries from the North, then in my language we say we are just pouring water into the sand. So I would like to know if there are any initiatives to bridge the gap between the two, the North and the South, and to also at the same time hold accountable the North for fixing the problem that they have done.
Thank you very much. We will take the second question as well.
Hi again, thank you so much for the amazing panelists who provided interesting insights. My question is maybe to youth mainly. I was just like wondering because as a student, and this is actually a question that I get a lot and to so many people too. We as students and youth, we have our academic background too. So many they struggle in founding their own initiatives on the ground, whether it was policies, the country itself, or the foundation itself. So what would be that one advice that you would love to give to these students who are maybe considering their academics a barrier sometimes for not doing what should be done for their community? And what would be also your advice for them to just go and fight these challenges? I would say the solution that they can go for to just not consider these challenges as a barriers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear. So there was a question about climate justice of sorts, and another about the youth. I'm looking at the panelists. I know Saad has something to say, but whatever you have to say, Saad, it would have to be in 2 minutes.
Thank you, my brother Simo, for the interesting insights. Protest, is it the only way to make change? No. Is it needed? Yes. Protest and raising our voice, not only in the street, in online spaces, in different spaces, is needed and is part of the conversation. It's not the only way. Policy change happened through policy activism, through lobbying, through reaching out and being there as professional youth, part of the discussion. Tunisian Youth Negotiators Council is a great example. Policy, so what my advice is, again, collaboration. We have to be everywhere. We have to be there in the streets, raising awareness of people, engaging the community, speaking up about the problems, documenting, using media, film, sports, all those tools to showcase the local problems that exist. And we have to be there in the policy level, having those high-level discussions, being there with the policymakers, trying to push and raise our voice there to make change. Back to to Salma's question about how can you survive being a student and engaged in the community. Very, very tough. Once you have a priority which is making something good in the community, you try to multitask. I would say one start is to have a team, very important, because you can't do everything alone. So when you have a strong team, you collaborate with each other, you divide tasks, the workload increases. And when you have exams or engagements, you have people doing stuff on your behalf. Having a team is very important. Trying to, again, find your relation between whatever you study and whatever you do. If you're able to combine this, then, for example, your activism is, a plus point in your studies, and you have more support from your study, your university, your workplace to do whatever you do in the climate change. And at a certain point in life, you have to make a choice. Do I want to do a climate as a full-time job, being a sustainability officer, being a project coordinator, or do I want to do it in parallel of my professional life? Then you decrease your workload on climate. So it's about being realistic. So those two reflections there.
Fantastic. Thank you, Saad. I know Fairuz has something to say, and she has less than a minute. Please.
Thank you. So regarding the question on collaboration between institutions, it's actually still a gap in the research to study coherence within institutions. So my recommendation, because I work on these cross-coordination between institutions on the national and local level, is to analyze the social network analysis and do an institutional mapping of the topic that you want to do. So I'm focusing on food, land, and water. So I'm mapping all the institutions, all the actors that are working. I'm following the theory of the social network analysis and trying to see who dominates the scene, who is at the margin and needs to be included. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, before you give the real round of applause to the speakers, I want to tell you two things. Please remember that right after, we have a family photo first, then we have the lunch. The good news is you have an extended time for lunch because we finished on time. Think of lunch, as I always say, as an extended agora, where you can target anyone with your questions and your comments, use it to network and to encourage lateral learning. And now, yes, please join me in giving a big thank you to all the panelists. Not only because of the fantastic inputs and insights, but also for helping me stay on the time mark. Thank you very much. Enjoy the family photo and the lunch, and we will see you later.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
to invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
to invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
We shall be starting. Hello. Please have a seat. We shall be starting. Good afternoon. We shall be starting. Please have a seat. Pasan de mí. Hello. Please have a seat. We're starting. Thank you. Good afternoon again. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for attending after the lunch. I have this very pleasant task to make sure that either you don't sleep or you easily feel asleep during this roundtable. In this session, let me introduce myself. My name is Paqui Santonja. I work at Casa Mediterráneo, which is an organization depending from the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with regional and local authorities. We are based in Alicante, which is another Mediterranean Spanish city, very nice, with an amazing headquarters, which is an old railway station. So I invite you all to come and visit us and discover all our activities. After this small marketing branch. I'm also very happy. I'd like to apologize Ambassador Perello, who finally, for very personal and sad reasons, he couldn't attend to this meeting. So I'll be in charge to moderate this amazing panel composed only by women, which is also an honor. This reflects our diversity, and that also reflects the reality in Mediterranean, where very experienced women have very high-level positions in many fields. And that's also a great asset that we can have in our region. In this panel, so we will focus on talking about how young men and women are active shapers of this Euro-Mediterranean society. And we will start with experience of national and international organizations. First of all, one in Malta with Miriam Thoma, which is CEO of the Agencia Zaza, the national, is that okay? the National Agency for Youth. And we will start first with national policies, and to know, Miriam, your point of view and your experience with national policies and the 2030 agenda in Malta. What can you tell you about that?
Okay, now it's working. So thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Chair, for introducing me. Malta will love fireworks, and fireworks make noise, and usually fireworks keep people awake. And this is what we're going to try doing, these women over here. Put fireworks to keep you awake. So I'll start off first. So I've been asked to share a little bit what we have been doing in Malta and what's this National Youth Strategy 2030 for Malta. I mean, one thing that I would like to share first of all, is that in a way the strategy and the vision of the strategy is built on two things. One on how we're going to develop the young Maltese people, and the second part is how we're going to engage them, especially in the decision-making process. So in a way, the vision is first about how we should respect young people, value young people, listen to young people, support young people, and encourage them to build fulfilling personal and social relationships. And then, by doing this, we look forward to develop their innate abilities and talents for the benefit of themselves, but also for the community then. And due to this, they can become engaged, they can become empowered, they can be part of the decision-making process. Many times we talk about engaging young people, and we have heard this morning on really listening to them, listening to their voice and engaging them in the decision-making process. But before engaging them, it is important that we support them, we train them, we give them all the abilities and engage with them to bring out their potential. So that's the vision of the strategy. I mean, so with this vision, we work on 4 values. One is respect, the other one is recognition, the other one is sustained support, and the last is solidarity. Solidarity among youth, their families, and their communities. And when I'm talking about respect, I mean, the idea is to respect all. If we want really inclusive participation, we really need to respect all the young people, regardless of their beliefs, their physical and mental capacities, their ethnicity, their socio-economic background, their gender, and their sexual orientation. So this is really what our vision for the policy is. Of course, we have a number of principles. I mean, it's the responsiveness to the young people, it's the access that we give to the young people, the participation, we talk about meaningful participation here, inclusion, integration, diversity, empowerment, and equity. I mean, within these principles, the policy, the strategy has 8 strategic goals. The first one, I mean, it has been the topic of today. I mean, engagement and empowerment. It's not only listening to the young people, but also engaging them, also putting them in the decision-making process. I mean, there are so many various ways. One thing that we have done through this policy and past policies is that we even gave votes to young people at the age of 16. I mean, we engage them in local politics, in national politics, and in European politics. And at the moment, we're also discussing whether we should really get young people become even mayors in their locality at 16. Because if they're able to vote, why shouldn't be able to lead as well? So that's the first strategic goal, and it's the first for a purpose. I mean, the second one is research. I mean, why? Because it's good to listen to young people, it's good to listen to what they need, but it has to be backed by academic research and statistical research. Many times we get the young people who want to be involved in policy, and therefore they are always around the table. There are the other young people who are not really interested in policy, and we respect that. But we still want to know what their needs are and what they want and what they want about the environment, what they want about employment. And we do this by researching the different sectors and fields. I mean, after those two strategic goals, then we have another two strategic goals which really talk about what kinds of programs we should do, how can we engage the young people, what kind of skills, sort of the capacity building of the young people themselves. And then, after the capacity building and the other strategic goal to enable them go through the transition from youth to adulthood, I mean, then we start thinking about what cross-sectoral work should we be doing with other sectors. It's not only the youth sector, because young people are not a homogeneous group. Young people are everywhere, and therefore how can we work with others, and how can we continue also build the civil society? And that's the sixth strategic goal. The last two strategic goals then focus on how we're going to monitor the work done, how we're going to evaluate the work done, and how we're going to work in collaboration with others. So this is in a nutshell what the strategy and the vision for young people in Malta is.
Let's see if this one works now. Yes, many thanks, Miriam. Very challenging priorities. You have an amount and huge work there, and all your experience for all these years also are reflected in these very specific strategies that you're tackling. Je passe au français pour la traduction.
Now, moving to English for the transition, I would like to introduce Pilar Morales from the Council of Europe. She's Executive Director in Tunisia, and now she's a coordinator of the North-South Center. So my congrats to you for that. So from your own perspective, Pilar, what do you think? Which are the main contributions that the youth can do to these major challenges that need to be addressed in the Euro-Mediterranean region? Thank you. Well, is it working? Thank you very much. Thank you for the Union of the Mediterranean for having invited me to participate in this debate, in this interesting conference here. And thank you very much, Paki, for having been here to moderate this roundtable. So I'd like to just highlight a couple of elements before answering to this question. The words challenge and youth. Challenge. Which are the main challenges? The challenges that all this youth, and not only the youth, but also, older people. We have a wide array of challenges. I'm not going to be repeating them all because they have been mentioned this morning. Environment, climate change. We have here the representative of the immigration organization. Also, all the many different challenges that the youth are facing, global challenges that are shared by all the many different countries and generations all together. So I think that an element that we need to highlight in this debate is also increasing populism and also democratic disengagement, because it's a context within which the whole fight against these challenges from the youth or other generations come from. And I think that what we need to know these days and is that this development in the political ground, in the social ground, the division, increasing division within our societies, well, is something that we are seeing increasingly being aggravating and making it a lot more difficult to fight against all these challenges and overcome the challenges that the youth face within all sorts of agenda at the national and international levels. With regards to the youth themselves, obviously, it's so important to engage the youth. I'm not going to go back to everything that has been mentioned this morning, which will be stressed not enough in our debate. But on one hand, the youth are subjects of right and are the victims of all the challenges we just mentioned. And I wanted to comment on some statistics and some figures that have been launched in our organization. And according to the barometer and the corruption of a Commission European, 22 of the youth between 15 and 24 years old, according to the surveys, have affirmed having been personally affected by corruption. 35% thought that it is acceptable to be victim or to be benefited with favors. 34% considered that they were supposed to accept gifts, and 25% considered that it was acceptable to accept money. It would be fair. And so 30% of people, according to these surveys outcomes, they thought that they should be accepting bribery. So they are the direct victims of some of the challenges that we are all concerned with. And they also are the most important influencers. They have a high power of influence. And in the future, they will be reaching positions of responsibility. They will be able to implement all the reforms that should be launched. But we need to know what are the youth we are referring to, because all the organizations represented here, the ones my organization works with, youth organizations with which the North-South Council of Europe works with, are organizations sharing our own values. So still, we need to reflect upon the fact, once more, that the society is increasingly divided because our society's division reflect the differences among the youth. For instance, if you see the voting intention in Spain these days, you can realize, and it's quite concerning, we might say, that Vox, which is extreme right party, has voting intention, an important intention vote of the youth between 18 and 25 years old. So it's quite concerning. That's why the Council of Europe, you all know that it was in 1949, after the Second World War, it came from this will to work towards peace. And all the work it's done works to promote human rights, the rule of law, democracy. So for us, it's extremely important for us truly to work around these wish to make it possible for us, together with the youth, to share a common language, but to overcome all these challenges the Paki referred to involves to be able to speak the same language, and also with the youth. And the Council of Europe has been working around human rights and right up to democracy for over 40 years now. And it has produced a lot of standards and rules in all these fields and by means of conventions. And with the neighboring policy in Europe, we implemented in 2011, we have been able to promote all these standards among the South Mediterranean countries. And right now, with this North-South Center, we are still working around not only from the institutional perspective on the basis of these standards and conventions, but also together with the youth. But I would like to insist on the fact that it's extremely important to really ascribe our meaning in this, or our debate in the social economic reality we're living in, and we need to promote a shared common language to be able to overcome all these challenges. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Pilar. Nous aurons l'occasion.
Thank you very much, Pilar. So in the second part of this panel, in the second round, we'll be able to know a little bit in depth what are you doing, the Council of Europe, actually in the Mediterranean region, in your North-South Center to foster specific measures.
We are going to International Organization of Migrations and its mission in Spain. Maria Jesus Herrero is its head of mission. And from your point of view, under the International Organization Migration, what can you tell us about your position and the evolution or the need to shift from seeing migration as a problem to an opportunity, and how can young people can be engaged in this process in Mediterranean region?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you very much the Union for the Mediterranean for the invitation, and thank you, Paki, for the question. And from our point of view, the role of the young people is crucial. It's a pivotal role in the reshaping the migration narrative in this moment. We need you, we need the dynamism, we need a fresh perspective because in this moment, from 15 to 24 years old, it's approximately 11.3% of migrant population. And so young people, it's, have different round why they migrate and for different reasons. And some of them is a cultural experience, it's educational, employment, and impact of conflicts and disaster, poverty, family reunification. So we have different roles why people immigrate, but in this moment we need to offer to the societies and following your point of view, your expose. It's important to change the perception. We have to offer why migration is a good opportunity for the young people, and we have to act, which is very important as a society, and IOM as an international organization. We are now very deeply working in regular pathways, which that means to open to educational programs and labor mobility, family reunifications, and humanitarian pathways, and international protection. That means that we have to change our mind about what, sometimes the media offer, the image of, boats coming to the Europe in the Mediterranean, that is, in general, is a very, very small number of people coming in that way. Most of the people arrive to move in the world with in a regular, in a legal position. So that's what we want, that the young people will be engaged in that constructive dialogue, offering what it means to have a regular pathway. So now for IOM is to have a comprehensive dialogue, and this conference like that we are doing in these days are crucial. And but we need a very active role for the young people in this change of the perception. And well, in the next round, I will be more concrete in actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Jesus. You've been very concrete and we appreciate. And you basically gave the floor already to the youngest panelists of today. We are starting with Ines Tamur, which is co-vice president of the Mediterranean Youth Council. Thanks for attending and coming. And we are very much interested in your personal experience and your vision also about how can we move to make that decision makers can also be more inclusive, and how to engage young people in all this process that we've been discussing this day.
Thank you so much for your question. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonsoir à tous. Okay. Okay, now it's okay. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for your question. So basically, youth, I think that they represent the dynamism of the Mediterranean. And they have the willingness to contribute with their ideas and their energy to enhance the situation in the Mediterranean, because we all know that we are facing several struggles, issues in our region. So they are here to solve these issues and also after to shape the future. So in order to foster their engagement and involvement inside the region, several methods can be implemented. And I can suggest some points which are picked from several sectors. So first of all, we can talk about comprehensive education. What I mean about comprehensive education is that reforms should be made into the educational systems, which may inculcate the engagement spirit in youth, and also learning about the civil life, disseminate the political jargon for youth. For example, learning about what's the role of a president, what is a parliament, what's the difference between the republic and a monarchy, what are the rights and duties of a citizen, and also how to make advocacy. This is very important. And I think that these are the basic information that should be taught since an early age. And added to that, as in the Mediterranean, we are facing several issues, as I have mentioned, especially climate change and energy crisis. So we have to include also green and blue skills into the manuals in order to raise the accountability spirit on children. And after that, we can talk about the mentorship, the guidance, and also the youth empowerment. What I mean about that is that it's important to create cross-generational platforms for exchange. We all hear about the generational conflict génération, between parents and children. So it is so important to create such platforms, either with youth councils, local or regional. Youth councils, online and on-site events like this one, in order to give from one side to youth like us the opportunity to learn from our predecessors' experiences and share our ideas about what's happening in the Mediterranean. And from another side, the decision makers will have the youth or the young vision, and also they will update their information. This is important. So it's like a win-win relation between youth and decision makers. Another thing is the political involvement, because I think that the civic and political engagement are the first step towards civilization. I mean, encouraging and facilitating the participation of youth is very important, either by involving them in voting, teaching them or educating them about the political institutions, motivating them to engage into discussions with decision makers, and also giving them the opportunity to learn about the agendas and programs of political parties. We always hear about the different political parties, especially the left, the right, the extreme droite, extreme gauche, but we don't know what the difference between them. And if I may give a very short example about the Brexit, do you know that the day when they announced the Brexit on January 2020, the most research question in Google was, what is the European Union? Like Brexit. Brexit, they left the European Union, and people are asking, what is the European Union? So it's so strange. Just to let you know that it is important to arise the awareness and consciousness of people, but especially youth. And another point is the economic development. We all know that most of Mediterranean countries are in a, let's say, hectic economic situation. So we have to encourage young people who have intuitive ideas that may be transformed into creative projects and letting them to start their businesses. And also we can witness some multinational companies which have an initiative like graduate programs where they recruit fresh graduates. I think that this is a very good initiative that may be enlarged and expanded to all the countries inside the Mediterranean. And apart from all what I have mentioned, when we talk about inclusion, we have to take into consideration different aspects. The first thing is participation of all youth from the two shores of the Mediterranean. Like, we cannot speak about Greece and what's going on in Libya without involving youth from Libya and Greece. This is important. Gender equity. We have to give the opportunity for everyone to express himself or herself about the issues and obstacles they're encountering. And I'm happy here, like the panelists are all women, and we are 3 female from Algeria, so thank you, UfM, for giving the opportunity for everyone. You are rich in inclusivity. And the other thing, we have to take into consideration also the ethnicity, the religion, age also. In age, I want to focus on a very important point. We have also to give the opportunity to children to assist or attend such events. I'll give you an example. 2 weeks ago was in Malta. There is an event where children aged from 12 to 17 years, and they were there to express themselves, their perspectives about peace and conflict. It was extremely impressive to listen to children talking about such things. And last but not least, the disability inclusion. What I mean about that, the disabled people should be included in all events. I mean, every person in the Mediterranean has something to contribute upon their abilities. So if each 4 years we have the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, so it's important, or it's high time to include everybody in everyday life inside the Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ines. It's been very interesting. We come back again to the idea of this common language, or to understand each other, or to speak, understand the way young people need to understand reality, and also to broaden to different sectors within young people or even children, as I understand. We are moving to Selma, which is a very high and very active, activist in climate change and social media. We are very much interested in your experience and your personal career, and how you've been working and developing your career among this Euromed work. And what do you think are these difficulties on how young people can just try to also move on to find the better way to make an impact even in their regions or their communities, doing what they like?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It means a lot to have like a youth activist included in the panel, which is needed. I would love to start this by saying, just like any activist, it was like in the background that I had. I started as just like, you know, a young person born in a family that has grandparents as farmers. So I have always just wanted to really see what is it like to keep this vegetables and this products that we're consuming healthy and sustainable and green. I just hated the fact of us leaving pictures for the next generations. Like, what is it like to taste something that is organic and something that is literally out of chemicals? So my journey started all by just addressing climate change in my country, what has been constantly affected with the climate disasters. And that's not only, of course, for my country, but also other North African regions that, as we can see now, Morocco, Libya Tunisia as well, has been constantly affected with seasonal disasters and events. I would say not seeing really so much youth involved in the region made me always like sad and jealous from other countries, because like why we always have like representation of other youth, and Algeria has been most of the time neglected. And I think you paid us back by having 3 Algerians in one panel. I mean, now like we're satisfied. But now like honestly speaking, sometimes we're seeing really people from different communities that has been all-time neglected. They haven't been given enough voice to address their struggles and challenges, and we're seeing it like now. It is already happening. Like when I first started my climate activist, it was like my family members got affected in wildfire disasters, and that was like something tragic because we haven't experienced any of that before in Algeria. So not experiencing and then being obliged to adapt was something that is so new to us, and not getting enough support, not knowing what to do as an activist, and having this responsibility on you, like builds this kind of guilt that you need to do something, but what should it be, you know? So I decided to kind of really take the lead on actions and do something on the ground, which was mainly just founding my own initiative, and that was Together for Blue and Green. It looks so Mediterranean, but yeah, I tried my best. So we were fighting for the green areas that got affected with the wildfires, and also for our blue, which is the Mediterranean, literally, that I considered it as a very valuable resource that we need to fight for it. And again, I would say not having our voice so represented, not having us so involved in decision and policy making made me always think, what should be my step in this? So we got involved actually in a regional network that we founded called MENA Youth Network, which I will be addressing later in the follow-up question. However, there is one thing that I wanted to address, when doing my advocacy journey, it was really hard to not see again, indigenous people not being so kind of valued for their own practices that has taught us how to kind of, keep the sustainability in the agricultural system, which is my favorite stuff, my favorite thing in my journey, because it taught me how to really consider humans before my economies or before my pockets, what is in my pocket. So I always learned this from my grandparents, and until now, I'm still applying it. I mean, we have seen, for example, here in this Mediterranean conference, we're seeing, for example, our Palestinian friends are not here, which is so sad to not actually have them here to address their own struggles and being as one of the most affected country in the region. It is so sad, actually, really, to not have them here to address their struggles, to represent their challenges, and it's just it's so hard also to just wake up every morning hearing that there's no peace, there is war, there's conflict. And we're and as activists, it's so hard because you don't know what you should do and what is your role, and that's really hard because it's just we should be blamed for really what we're doing because we don't know what to do, and it's just I'm sorry for this, but it's really too much. I have to bring this up because it's happening in my region. I'm sorry for this, but it's really hard to have certain voices being addressed, and you just wake up and not see peace and not see many conflicts, then climate challenges, then just your family may get affected at some point or another, and then we don't know what to do as activists. There's so much burden on us, there's so much challenges, we don't know what to do, and we need to be blamed, but it's just taking actions and being confused on what to take it and what to address, and is always hard. So yes, the activist journey is not that easy, and it's hard, and I'm sorry, it's just so emotional because we have gone through a lot this year, and it's climate challenges, and then we see the other side, crisis in certain communities, and just having a very so much crisis going on in the region, and it's just unstable, and having youth barely presented while they have to be here. They have to be here to address it. And just seeing this happening in our era, we're still talking about colonization, and we're still, I can't believe that we got into 2023 and we still want to achieve the 2030 agenda. That's so sad to even, imagine it. It's very hard to address the activism role again, and it's our responsibility, and if we were ever blamed later, we deserve this blame, because even though we are confused on what is our role and what to address in our activism work, but it's still, we need to be their voice, and we need to have them involved to represent their own voice, because we don't know what people are going through. and addressing their challenges is what is mainly needed. I'm sorry for getting emotional, but it's just so much has been going on in the region, and me as an activist, that's my duty and I have to address it. Away from politics, away from religion, this is like us as human beings and as activists, we need to address this, and we need to bear in mind that this is actually a responsibility that we have to always keep in mind. We cannot be representatives of someone that we even haven't felt or lived what they have gone through. We need them to say it and to just talk about it, because that's exactly what is needed in our region. Thank you.
Dear Selma, thank you very much for your engagement. Thanks for getting emotional. I mean, it's fine. We all feel the same, and it's been around these days, since early this week. We all share your thoughts. Last night, Secretary General Kamel said that Mediterranean was living dark times. This is the time that we are living. And it's very, very much unfortunate. Our Director General from Casa Mediterránea always says that Mediterranean concentrates all the problems, all the assets, and also all the opportunities of the world. So we are not living the best moment, but it's also the moment to just keep on asking, keep on sharing, and keep on engaging. We are very, very lucky to be here and to have this forum to just share, talk, speak out, and keep on working all together. Any of us, each of us in our part of responsibility, but I think it's a good moment to just keep on working and just don't stop. Please keep your work. Thank you. We are moving to last but not least. We were talking about this women panel. Amira, in fact, is the most representative one. You're working very much on women empowerment. So thanks for coming too. She also comes from Algeria. But we would like to first ask you a more general question about how do you believe that youth can play influential political decisions in Euro-Mediterranean areas? Do you think there are any specific strategies that they can deploy to have a meaningful impact in this sense?
Great. So thank you so much for being here all for our panel today. And it's such a pleasure for me to be here and to deliver the voices of women and men, obviously, from the Mediterranean region, from the south, especially as an Algerian. I'm here to represent the voices of women and the minorities that come from the place that I feel it's very, very less represented. And if I might answer your question in a very few words, I would say just elect a young female as a president for every country in the world. All problems will be solved. No climate change, no youth employment, nothing. So we wouldn't be meeting in such programs a lot. But the issue is bigger than this. Youth are very less represented around the world, whether in the south, in the north of the Mediterranean. I feel that the responsibility does not only come from the younger generation, and as Ines said, the conflict between generations. I feel the responsibility comes also from us, youth. I feel that we need to be more present in political parties, more present in civil society parties, and often youth or young people forget that political parties are also non-governmental organizations, and by being present in such organizations, you are giving yourself the platform to represent your voice, your issues, your problems. And the strategies that we can implement, if I may highlight the problems or the strategies Algeria adopted within this issue, for example, having the higher youth councils, which is a national council that has over 400 young people to represent a consultancy for the presidency about what youth want from the Algerian government. This can be a really amazing strategy that a lot of Mediterranean countries can adopt, and I believe some of them already have it. But I would love to insist more on the local side of the strategies. I believe that the influence or how much of an impact we can have as young people can come more within the local premises, how we can have an influence more on our communities within the inside to deliver on the national, then the international community. I really would love for more representation within the local councils, or let's say, for example, in Nigeria, a really good thing that we did was lowering the age candidates to 23, which I still think very high for the local councils. And also we have the quota for 50% of representation within the list of candidates. So this is a really good strategy that we can implement to try to put more youth into the political scene and the youth decision making. Also, I would like to highlight as well the less or the really non-representation of women within the political scene. So this is very an issue which I would suggest that women should be more called into the consultancy and hearings that we are having, because as we are not really considered as a minority, we are a minority in representation, but in number, we are definitely not a minority, so this is something we should to always keep in mind. We are not a minority, women are not a minority, we are just not represented enough. Thank you so much.
Oh, there's microphone missing for Miriam, please. Yes, here. So we are going to the second round of questions. Miriam, you raised at the beginning your experience and the strategies of Malta on the... Don't worry, once I will give you the floor, you will be able to speak. So first you mentioned the strategies of Malta, national strategy on youth and the agenda, the 2030 agenda. So what would advise you to other countries, according to your international experience too, what would you advise other countries and regions looking to develop and implement effective youth policies, and how to engage young people again actively in decision making? In 3 minutes, right?
Okay, so one thing that I believe that one should work on is first to cultivate a mindset to believe in young people. I mean, and this is not an easy thing to do. I mean, we think that we all believe in young people, that we want young people engaged, but this has to be a mindset not only of the youth sector, but of everyone who is involved. I have said at the beginning that young people are not homogeneous, and that policy that affect young people is everywhere. So this mindset has to be everywhere, not only in this room, but wherever young people are and whatever policy is affecting them. So that is the first thing. I mean, and to cultivate a mindset, before even thinking of starting policy, you have to start negotiating with whoever is going to be involved, so that all of us will feel an ownership of such a policy. I mean, I think youth policy is one of the most difficult to do, more than we think. Because, I mean, to put ownership in civil society and government, and when I'm saying government, it's not the youth ministry, that's the least. I mean, it's all the other all the other ministries have to feel the ownership that they have to put young people first, that they have to have policies which are interested and fulfill the young people's needs. So that's the first. I hate hearing that young people are change makers. They are change makers, but we all have to be change makers. I mean, it's not the responsibility is on all of us. The responsibility is on all of us depending on the role. Putting young people first is important, but having the rest of the society pushing and supporting young people and getting everyone as change makers is important if we want to have the policy work. The next one is the funding then. I mean, and if we really have a mindset, if we really get everyone involved and an ownership, that funding will come. If this does not happen, there would be no funding. I mean, and the funding would not be enough. So, but without funding, we will never implement any policy. And prioritize. Policy is not a law. Policy is ongoing. We always say the world has not been done in a day, and this is the same in policy. I mean, so we have to prioritize what's going to happen next in the next 3 years, and not be overambitious. I mean, the next would be a structure to follow all this. I mean, a structure to follow the implementation of the core that belongs to the youth sector, but a structure to follow also the implementation of what's happening in the other areas, and to build the capacity, not only of the young people, but of the policymakers. We always talk about the capacity of young people, we need to give them the skills and so on, but we also need to build the policymakers to have the skills to work with young people and understand the young people. And then the last that I will talk about is the ability to adapt. I mean, it's very good to look at good practices. And it's very good to look at countries who are achieving. But many times, what happens is when we look at them, we just take their policies and we want them back into our countries and try and implement them as is. And this would not happen. Because although we think that the challenges are all the same, and it's true, everyone has a challenge for employment, everyone has a challenge in education, we all have a challenge with regards to the environment, but the unemployment in Malta is different to the unemployment in Italy, or is different to the unemployment in Lebanon. And therefore, we need to adapt and fit a policy according to our needs and to our contexts. Dreams are not policies, but good policies can realize some dreams. And we also need to remember that we are the ones who are writing the next chapter. So we have to trust in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I've been asked by technicians just not to put off the microphone, just in case, but just to keep it on all the time to make sure that it works. Pilar from Council of Europe, we come back to what you previously mentioned about the task of the Council of Europe. Could you give us more details and examples of your work in Tunis and what also the Center North-South is doing there?
Yes, of course, with pleasure. So as I mentioned earlier, the Council of Europe has a neighborhood policy with the Southern Mediterranean region since May 2011. And the idea behind this policy was to put at the disposal of countries in Southern Mediterranean the expertise and the tools that the Council of Europe has developed for its member states during, more than 70 years. And I mean, we've been quite successful with this policy, and in particular, the main objective is to progressively create a common legal space between Europe and Southern Mediterranean based on our conventions, and we have conventions which are, tackling global challenges. We go to the global challenges like trafficking in human beings. We have the Istanbul Convention on combating violence against women, the only cybercrime convention which exists worldwide, a Medicrime Convention to combat counterfeit of medical products, so a wide series of conventions. And now with the North-South Center, what we try to do also is to include, in addition to the institutional side of our work, to include youth through youth organizations and the networking that the North-South Center has developed for many, many years, youth also in this work. Apart from this, let me just recall that the Council of Europe has been working since 1972 on youth to develop, with its member states, youth policies, and that in terms of working methodologies, it always followed the co-management approach, which allows to have public powers and youth organizations sitting in the same room on an equal footing and deciding and sharing and evaluating experiences. The North-South Center works on a methodology which is even broader, is what we call the quadrilong. So any activity of the North-South Center involves representatives of the governmental authorities, of parliaments, of local and regional authorities, and of civil society, with, of course, an emphasis on youth organizations. So this is very important. One last point, because we're running short of time. I want to say that we try also in the North-South Center and in the Council of Europe to be as innovative as possible and to be prospective in the issues that we discuss, also involving the youth. And recently, in October, we held a Lisbon Forum. I've seen participants in this event who were youth representatives at the Lisbon Forum too, and we dealt with an issue which is important, but maybe was not sufficiently looked into, which is the impact of economic crime and corruption on the environment, and to what extent young people, are already fighting corruption and bribery as part of their efforts to combat climate change. One of the outcomes of this event was the creation of a network that we call ROLIN, is Rule of Law Youth Network, that will be dealing during the next 2 years with this specific issue of combating corruption and the effects of corruption and economic crime on the environment. And we launched yesterday the call, so I'm mentioning it because maybe some organizations present here are able to disseminate the information or even could be interested in applying. And the idea is that we will do a selection of youth organizations that during 2 years will benefit from capacity building with Council of Europe experts in these areas on environment and the long expertise we have on combating corruption with tools like the group of experts on anti-corruption, with the hope that this networking can then have these young people as a network and acting as multipliers in their societies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pilar. Maria Jesus from IOM, sorry. And from your experience, you mentioned about the opportunities and how to move from this idea of big challenge to an opportunity to migration. How can we facilitate dialogue, and how can also young people can be involved in all this process on migration issues?
Yes, first of all, I would like to mention to one of our partners that for first time we have a woman as Director General from the beginning of October in IOM in more than 75 years of existence. So it's a good news for women in the United Nations. So, IOM is deeply committed to the inclusive dialogue or participation process around the world. That's why we are here today. And we think specifically the young people, using today platform and technology is very important for the next future. Social media, engaging in individually and interactive digital tools and so on, and crucial. But in this inclusive dialogue and proposal, I don't want to forget the importance of the diaspora. The diaspora is crucial, and for us it's important in the country of destination countries. It's to be in the diaspora and to be part of all the association process in the country of the destination countries. And the implication of the young people in the diaspora is as well crucial for us. There are many people that maybe have been born in the hosting countries, and that is for us to be involved in the development project in their country of origin or their country of origin of their parents is crucial. I don't want to talk about second generation because that is not vocabulary that we use in IOM, but that involvement in the development of the country of origin is very important. It's not only important to talk about remittances, which is good, but it's in the human resource of the people. How young people born in the destination country could be implicated in their parent country. That is, we are doing some projects in Europe in that sense, which are been very successful. And the second time is the situation of the diaspora as well, and implication in the transit and countries of destination, which is in the associative role fundamental, and we need the diaspora have to be heard in the politics, in schools and all around. So that implication, I think, is very good that you will have in your mind. And we have, I want to mention as well the two international instruments that we have, like 2030 Agenda, which is a good instrument to be involved in the inclusion process, and as well the Global Compact of Migration, which through all of his objectives could cover the intention, the solution for countries of origin, destination, and transit. So I think we have quite a lot of good instruments, and we have to propose to act, as I told you before. I mean, the exchange of young people, I don't know if it will be possible on Mediterranean Erasmus or things like that, but instrument like in that way, it's really good. We had a very good experience with Morocco 2 years ago. We have 100 students who came to Spain for master studies, and it was a great experience of circular migration in education in that role. And we have a lot of initiative, and we have to be, to put on the table. I think is necessary. So I think we are very operational. We are focusing people on move, and we have to think in big and to start in small. So we need you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maria Jesus. Talking about doing small but very concrete things too, we are moving to concrete examples with different organizations that the three other experts will explain for that from their different organizations. So we'll start again with Ines. You're co-vice president of the Mediterranean Youth Council. Can you talk us a bit more about the mission of your organization, what you do, and specifically what are the main topics that you're tackling?
Thank you so much. So basically, Mediterranean Youth Council, or the MYC, is an initiative that gathers young people from more than 17 countries in the Mediterranean. So currently we are more than 40 members in the MYC in order to raise our voice about the issues encountering the Mediterranean, but also make our ideas heard, either with advocacy, engaging with representatives locally and even regionally inside the Mediterranean about what's happening. And also the most important thing is implementing actions in our different territories and their projects that we call the Med Action Festival. So this is very important to make sure that the voice of youth are being heard. And basically the work of the Mediterranean Youth Council is in 5 different topics. We have the gender and discrimination, environment and climate change, digitization, education, employment and entrepreneurship, and also art, culture, and society. So if I came back to the history of creation of the MYC, MYC was created on September 2021 after 2 years of thinking about this initiative. And it was, the most important thing is that it was created by youth for youth. So when I remember 2 years ago how we started the project from scratch, from basic foundation of the council, and of course with the support of l'Association des Têtes de l'Art, and also the organization CPRMA, Inter-Mediterranean Commission, Region Lazio, and Region Sud. And of course, since then, we have participated in different events. The first one was on 7th of February 2022 in Marseille during the Mediterranean World Forum, which marked the first installation of the council there. And after that, different events came up, as in Sevilla, where we have made our first political declaration. In Santa Severa and Crete in Greece, we discussed about climate change and all the obstacles encountered in the Mediterranean regarding the environment and energy crisis also. Med Future in Marseille was on December, and also lately on September 2023. We have also participated in Cartagena about the role of transport maritime in energy transition. In Florence, regarding the gender-based violence, this is so important an issue we are so facing in the Mediterranean. And also, we've been here in June during the MedCat days. So different events, I can't count them all. But there's another thing, is that on last March we have received a prize from the La Junta de Andalucía. The prize is Premio del Mediterráneo, because as a youth organization we foster the voice of youth, and we promote the engagement of youth, especially when it comes to the contemporary issues facing the Mediterranean. But actually, we are not only receiving prizes and attending events, but most importantly, we are working hardly month after month about restructuring the council and making it more promotional and sustainable, especially by focusing on upscaling the skills and capacities of our representatives, because they are not only members of the council, but they are representing their territories and the Mediterranean as a whole. So basically, the most important thing in our work, advocacy and actions in our territories. And before I finish, I would like to make a call, as I made it before on June here, in MedCat days. We made a call for all the youth organizations in the Mediterranean to collaborate together. Because when we take the MYF, the Mediterranean Youth Foundation, which is making very amazing work, MYC, the national and local youth councils are partly making a good work, but what if we collaborate together? Well, I'm sure that we are going to give a very good example of youth in the Mediterranean. And last thing, I would like to mention that advocacy to act better and act to advocate stronger. This is the aim of the Mediterranean Youth Council, of course, with the support of the wide institutions around the Mediterranean. So don't forget to join us and also to follow us on social media. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Ines. Activism, lots of work are still to do. So, Selma, what can you tell us also about your organization, which is the MENA Youth Network, and you are a co-founder and a board member?
Yeah, first of all, that was a good ending. Social media, remind me. So basically, yes, I'm one of the co-founders, of course, of the regional network called MENA Youth Network. It's like a big entity that is full of youth, all led by youth to youth, of course, as you stated. And the best part is that it's for the MENA countries, North Africa and the Middle East. Well, I would love to say that it started with a group of delegates who met at the pre-COP26 Youth for Climate Summit in Milan. We just met there all as change makers and action takers. We decided to just like meet and talk about the challenges of our region, which were all similar in every country. We wanted we actually drafted an amazing manifesto at the end that was actually presented at the COP26 in Glasgow, UK. And it was pretty interesting to have this journey of people from different regions, and we had addressed different proposals that we drafted with Europeans, Americans, and also youth from, I would say, Global South and Global North collaboration. This manifesto was amazing to actually draft it. However, we found a problem in following up with our discussions so that we can be prepared for COP26. The sad thing is that, for example, the Europeans, they had their own, the European Council, for them to follow up with their own discussions, to follow up with the manifesto and draft more proposals that can be added later. But the youth from the MENA region did not really have that. So we decided for us to meet up together and build our own thing, which started all virtually, as she said, a basic foundation for a network, for a gathering that started all in Google Meets. We decided to kind of go through the manifesto again and try to come up with new proposals that goes for a region and can at least make some improvements. And that's exactly what happened. So we decided to come together, 6 delegates from different countries, North Africa and the Middle East, and we made this MENA Youth Network, and that's how it was born. Now the best part is that we went far. Now we're really extending in the region, and that's amazing because we didn't have these high expectations, but we did it in a very short time. And that's because, again, there wasn't a space for MENA, for youth in the MENA to address their struggles and to just, speak out. So one of the best part we have done was, one of the best, I would say, engagements that we were involved in was the WFF, which is the World Food Forum, where we created a declaration which insists on how we can kind of secure, I would say, we addressed the food security problem in the region, and we even made a whole declaration that was presented and also sponsored by the FAO, which is the Food and Agriculture Organization, and it was a great pleasure to have such a partnership in the beginning. So again, when we are trusted enough, we're gonna impress. So we have been trusted. We did a great job. We had a declaration that had proposals from different countries of the Middle East and North Africa. And that's how it was all made. The second amazing, I would say, reward that we deserved was the PACE Award, in which that was actually part of also the Mediterranean, and there was so many Mediterranean countries that were participating in it, and they chose the top 5 youth-led initiatives, and MENA Youth Network was one of the chosen ones, and that was a great pleasure for our team to kind of celebrate this journey and use this funding, of course, for benefiting the region. The third thing was the Changemaker Summit, which we also organized all virtually, and it was during Youth Day event, so it was in our day, we wanted to do our own thing. We wanted to address our own challenges and also come up with resolutions and discuss them with youth also from the Global South who were so interested to know about the MENA region, because COP28 is going to happen in Dubai, so they wanted to know more about the MENA region from this. And it was really interesting to kind of really bring up our thoughts to the table, and that's just made us kind of stand out. And the last thing that I would love to mention was the MENA Climate Week and COP28, which was our engagement just recently, and COP28, where we will be hosting so many side events. So for those who will be attending COP28, do not really hesitate to pass by. We will be having events in the Children Youth Pavilion, and also with other partners like the FAO. We will be having a side event organized with them as well. And we may actually address the Mediterranean issues as well, because I proposed that, and especially that what we have gone through this year at least. So it was like a perfect chance to finally put the dots on that. And we can't wait to see what we can do at COP28. I think I took a bit of time. Follow us on social media too. Thank you.
So thanks, Elma, for your engagement and your enthusiasm. Also, Amira, last but not least, let's talk also about very concrete projects and your important organization, the Second Chance Initiative, and what kind of initiatives do you undertake, and also how the idea came out of creating this organization.
So thank you so much. I'm again happy to have this panel with all these amazing women. And I am happy to talk about my project, Second Chance, which in Arabic is Fursa Tania for natives, for Arabic speakers. Fursa Tania was created in Algeria as part of the National Fund for Child Support, which was my motivation to start this initiative, is to increase the number of women benefiting from this fund, because in Algeria we're facing an issue of alimony, child alimony. So we tried together with a lot of experts, a lot of lawyers, and a lot of jurists to create a series of workshops for women. The idea started with the National Fund for Child Support and extended beyond that. We started looking into more how to protect the children while passing by the divorce period, and before that, even though to have a psychological companionship and to support them through the whole process. We also tried to educate women on their legal rights before getting married, just to know in case they want to go through a divorce, or what they can preserve from the marriage just before signing in the marriage certificate. Through the project, we were able to get 15 to 20 participants, mostly women, but we also had amazing men who were also interested to know more about the legal rights of women. We tackled the issue of also refugees that were having issues to actually blend and have time or have the ability to study and have proper education within the Algerian schools. The project was also successful in terms of doing online workshops. As Ines mentioned before, the possibility or the importance of including children and raising awareness that it's okay if your kids or your parents, get a divorce. It does not mean it is the problem. How you can protect yourself and how you can communicate better with your parents on the whole thing that's going on. And as a co-founder of an initiative that talks about women and children's rights, I would like to take the opportunity to tell you a small story about a woman called Fatima. She's a Palestinian woman who is pregnant in her last trimester, who is suffering from, let's say, significant lack of healthcare, any facilities. She is not provided with any kind of accompaniment through her pregnancy, and she has the risk as she's one of the 50,000 Palestinian women who has the risk of abortion or early labor. And in case that woman went through labor, she would not be having anesthesia. A lot of C-sections are undergoing in Palestine with no anesthesia and definitely no aftercare after labor. So I would like also to remind you of the non-human conditions of children in Palestine and the rights that have been taken away from them to live, to have proper healthcare system, or even to have the right for food or water. So thank you so much, and keep always advocating for the rights of women and men, and no matter what nationalities they are, no matter what religion they have, and no matter what country they were born in. Thank you.
Wow, 3:28, according to my time. Perfect schedule. Thanks a lot, Amira, for your last intervention. Many, many thanks to the speakers. It's been an honor to moderate all of you. We've got a very good sample of different initiatives from the national point of view to the international perspectives, and also from activists and from young and youth engagement. I think it's also a very good image of all of you, what you're doing here, what we've been working during the whole week. So I think it's a very good way to go to the coffee break, to the last coffee break of today. I'd like also to thank Union for the Mediterranean, and particularly Anna Dorangidia and Giulia Dino Mopoli, which is over there, for their engagement, for their help, and this amazing work they've been doing all these days. So thanks a lot. And let's go for coffee. Sorry, we still have time apparently for 2 questions if you want. Yes, there's one at, over there. Over there. Right? Au fond. Over there at the end. Right? Yes. So please introduce yourself and just make sure if there's a specific question for one of the panelists, just tell us, please.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Noor Muhammad. I'm from Alexandria, Egypt. I'm part of a network called EG Connect, but I also wear many hats of a climate activist and involved in many organizations as well, like Global Shapers Community. I have a question and a comment. The first question, I'll be very curt, sorry. The question is to the Maltese representative. So after the SDG summit that validated our current information that we are very far behind on the implementation of the SDGs, are there any efforts undergone to adjust the current strategy of 2030? Because after all, we cannot use the old strategies to serve our current situation with the political crises and economic crises. So that's the question. And then the comment very, very curtly, because I want to add my voice to those of the beautiful young activists in here, because I need everyone to really appreciate the work that you are doing right now, because we are studying or we are working and we're also being active in the civil space, yet we're facing so many challenges when it comes to political support as well as financial support. So I think the least that could be done is really having that political and financial support to support our activism, because we're going the extra mile to work on our current issues and current stuff, and also work on governmental and world issues. So yes, that's it on my end. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question, is there any other question? No? Okay, so Miriam, you were asked, from Malta, yes, the question about the 2030 agenda and strategies.
There should be a mechanism where you have to evaluate this. Okay. In every strategy, a mechanism should be put in place to evaluate the strategy and to evaluate the work that is being done to change the strategy. As I said, whether it's a policy or it's a strategy, these are not laws. So it's very easy if you have a mechanism, and this is why I say the structure should be part of a strategy to be able to change the strategy according to what's happening around in the country or in Europe or in the Mediterranean. So it's a way, it's within the strategy that a mechanism should be placed and change it as you go on. When I was talking at the end, I said that we have to prioritize. Policy is not there to stay there. But policy is there to change. I always look at the policies in a cycle. You're all the time setting up an agenda and then drafting it, trying and implement it and evaluate and see what's going wrong or what's being implemented and reset the agenda. So this is really a cyclical thing which ends up into a spiral. So this is the way of how a strategy really should be taken up. I hope I have answered your question.
Please go ahead, Selma.
Yeah. Just adding to what Noor said, because we have been discussing a lot together too in this regard, and there's just maybe a comment, not an answer, but maybe because we're seeing so many agreements and conventions that has been violated, and maybe when we talk about the 2030 agenda, which I personally, even though I do have high hopes and I'm an optimist person, but I still find it kind of unachievable at some point. Unfortunately, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I have to say it. So I guess one message to all the activists who are here and the change makers, leaders, whatever you want to call yourselves with, I think we need to handle things differently when we lead one day, because apparently we're seeing so many things not going on the right way, and we just get confused on how to implement them, how to take actions, and how is it our fault? Is it too hard, or is it just us not doing enough? But so my only message to everyone, please consider taking things differently, because we are doing a great job, and it is hard, but just that's the sentence I'm going to repeat again. Do things differently whenever you're going to get the chance to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are in. Let's go to the last coffee break. Thank you.
Sorry, one logistic note. During the coffee break, our hostesses will go around the table to be sure that everybody has signed the registration list today. Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well as policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
to incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
To invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance. To educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis. To empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies. And lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
to invest in young people through increased opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance, to educate through the mainstreaming of education in public schools about the climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities in the meaningful climate negotiations as well policies, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates working on the ground.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want a more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy between young people from different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media things to create more adhesion and more impact for young people around the Mediterranean Sea.
15% of the Mediterranean region's population living with disabilities, and sadly most of them at the working age are unemployed. I'm so committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is aligned 100% with my project's mission.
To incorporate sustainable building.
Hello, hello. Yeah? Okay, could I please ask you to take a seat? So I know it's been a long day, it's actually been a long week. And this is really the final stretch. So I hope you had your last shot of caffeine. And I would like to begin with the third and last panel of today. It's a very large panel, but we do have a large stage. And it's a very exciting panel because we focus on two very specific issues, which is entrepreneurship, which concerns many of you because some of you might want to be entrepreneurs, and it concerns employability. And to discuss these issues, we have very interesting and very diverse panelists here today. We have Cristina Navarro Martinez, who is from the El Día Después initiative. You have a background in civil engineering, and you also lead the Public Innovation Lab in circular economy for Latin America and the Caribbean at the Spanish Development Agency. So you actually bring experience from other regions as well, and it would be interesting to hear how the Mediterranean maybe also compares to these regions. Please correct me.
Sure. Hi.
Did I say something wrong or
no?
Okay, then let me just finish quickly the round of presentations.
Sorry,
I thought
absolutely.
I said something wrong, maybe your name or something. Then we have Igor Jesi. He is a youth expert from the Slovenian Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. You, Igor, are widely engaged in national and international youth networks and organizations, and you're passionate about connecting and supporting young people. Then we have Ms. Marwa Ahmed. You are a CSR and gender specialist at a company called Schneider Electric, which sounds German, but it's actually French. Okay. And in this company, you designed the first ever gender strategy for corporate citizenship. So that's very interesting to hear about that experience. Then we have Senor Xavier Mateo de Cortada. You are the head of the Knowledge Hub department at the European Training Foundation and an expert on vocational education and training and human capital development. We have Ms. Guadaluna Chaer with us at the very end. You are a co-founder, actually an entrepreneur, a co-founder of Luxseed Robotics, which is a green tech startup. You're building basically machines that identify and eliminate weeds without the need for herbicides. I'm saying a lot of words that I've never used before. But you're basically promoting organic and sustainable farming. So that's an interesting, really inside entrepreneurial experience. And then we have with us Roger Albignana, not a foreigner to the UfM and the UfM formats, quite on the contrary. You are Managing Director at the European Institute of the Mediterranean and Associate Professor at the Faculty of Economics of the University here of Barcelona. So welcome you all, and maybe we go ahead and start discovering the issue of today, starting maybe a little bit with the so-called skills mismatch. I don't know how many of you have heard about it. All of you have probably very good education compared to many others. But imagine you apply for a job, highly educated, and the company says, yeah, you might be skilled in some ways, but you really don't have the skills that we need. So sorry, we can't hire you. And this is a big, big problem in the Mediterranean. It's actually 32% in some countries, 32% of companies in some countries that say they can't hire educated people because they're not bringing the specific skills that they need at that specific company. So it's a huge problem, and it brings a lot of frustration for the companies because they cannot have the workforce they need. It's a huge frustration for young applicants because they cannot get into the job market, and of course also for governments because they cannot absorb the high number of graduates that cannot find jobs in the private sector. So maybe just a quick note for the panelists. You know, I'm German, so I'll be picky with timekeeping, and I'm really good at it. So maybe let's not do more than 5 minutes for each question. And I would start with Igor, actually. And Igor, maybe you can tell us, based on your work at the Slovenian Youth Office at the Ministry of Education, what strategies and good practices have you encountered that effectively bridge this skills gap and enhance youth employability? Maybe you can share some insights. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure. Okay, I would turn upside down my speech now, but I have prepared while you have some interesting introduction. In Slovenia, the case is for filling the gaps of the special needs of the labor market. Usually it's the case the companies and their human resources are always seeking for very good and innovative young people with potential. And they don't seek the exact skills and competences that they need in their company, but they are seeking the young people with potential, and then afterwards they will shape them for the needs that they are needing for the company. So a lot of young people in Slovenia, and that also answers partially your question, filling the gap on youth employability is that people in first grade, young people in first grade in schools, they see the third or the fourth grader that they are already have waiting jobs, or they are already employed by the very good companies because of the potential that they had, and they used it during their school time to gain the job just afterwards they finish their education. So statistically indicates that the employment situation, especially after COVID in Slovenia, has really improved. The youth unemployment rate in Slovenia is relatively low. We have from the people aged between 15 and 29 years, 7% unemployment, and from 29 to 49, we have just 3.6 percentage of unemployment. So that's the answer, that companies are really seeking people with potential. So from the governmental point, as a public sector, as a civic servant, we are trying to push forward our agendas that we are preparing. So these are normally the strategic frameworks and action plans. And within last year, that was European Year of Youth, we seek the opportunity to highlight the importance of youth sector in Slovenia and how they can contribute to the formal education. So with youth centers, with the non-formal education, and also with informal learning. Actually, we are deeply involved now in preparing the new National Youth Program, which is a 9-year strategic program with an annual action plan. And the main focus of that is it is based on the 10-year survey that we are making in Slovenia, and it's called the Youth Position of Young People in Slovenia. And also what we have done, almost the same thing as the Ministry of Albania, Ms. Bora, said in the morning. We have also visited all the regions in Slovenia, although Slovenia is a very small country, but nevertheless 12 regions were visited with all the young people that are active in the region. And we didn't just go there and discuss things, but we have announced that we are coming at that time, and to have young people to tell us what and which subjects do they want to discuss. So as Office for Youth, as we are responsible for preparation and coordination of the National Youth Program, we have brought together the right representative of the ministry. For example, if the young people wanted to talk about housing or the labor market, we have brought with us the right representative from the ministry. So they will get the right answers immediately. So this is one thing that we are really trying to push forward, so to engage, to promote, to support, and to give feedback. To give feedback is very important for young people. We see that in Slovenia. Nevertheless, if their recommendation or initiative is not implemented by government, at least you have to provide them the answer why it wasn't and what are the things that we are going to do. Just to conclude in 1 minute, so the National Youth Program itself, it is based on the National Youth Law. But the thing that we have the law and the strategic by itself, it doesn't mean anything. You have to put it into implementation. That's why we have governmental advisory council, which consists in the ratio of 50-50. So 50% of the advisory council are the representative of the ministries, and the other 50% of the representative of national youth councils, local youth councils, NGOs, other organizations for youth. So it's quite similar to the Council of Europe co-management system, while all the decisions have to be adopted by consent.
Yeah, thank you, Igor. It seems like you have a very active government and ministry that is not only looking for input from civil society and from young people, but you also have structures in place to make sure that there's an implementation. Yes.
Sorry, one thing that it's urgent to clarify. We are within the ministry. We have separated Office for Youth. So this is the best thing that could happen to us, because we are independent in so many things. But although we are together with the government and with the ministry, so it's a very good example.
It also shows the importance given by that country to the youth issues. That's unfortunately not the case in every country. Xavier, maybe to help us even more set the frame of this panel. Everybody talks about skills mismatch, but you at the ETF, at the European Training Foundation, you have actually done a lot of scientific work on this and studied this, and your studies have shown that two big factors of skills mismatch are gender and age. So there seems to be a particular issue with those two factors. And as somebody with your background, where do you see chances for countries to better focus on young women and their opportunities for skills development?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me and for this question. I think there are different methodologies to study this issue of anticipation of what are the skills that are needed, and then see how the different systems of learning pretty much to this, and none of them is perfect. So all of them have its weakness and its strengths. No, in ETF we combine the different of them, and this allow us to have a more comprehensive understanding of what are these the problems. And this is then measured in terms of indicators, and mismatch is, there are different types of mismatch which are then represented through these indicators. So from administrative data in the public employment surveys to the labor force surveys analysis, which is a survey, to analysis of what is happening now in the internet. So what are you can analyze in a very fast way which is what is happening in the jobs that are taking place in the internet and so on. So there's different systems. None of them is perfect because they just capture some of the phenomena. Some of the indicators, some of them are very known and have already been said. Let me just very briefly remind them. Young girls are normally overrepresented in the group of non-employment, education and training. 40% is the rate that we calculate for the whole region. Some countries go above. There is a problem of inactivity, so there is, in some countries, half of the population of working age is not working, and it's not looking for a job. And there are, in general, you can say that when you look at unemployment, which covers the people who are seeking for a job, these women are less likely to activate the search for a job and more likely to face barriers. So that's really the women, and particularly young women, are those who are finding more problems. But there is something that is important when you combine that with the levels of education, because there's something that very often you hear, the word overqualification, which is something that it makes sense when you are doing this analysis, statistical analysis, but it is more difficult to say that someone has too much training or education, because if we have opportunity afterwards, we will see that in the changes that are coming with the transition to a more digital and green economy, really what we need is to give much more education to people. So I think it's difficult to say that someone is over-educated now, because perhaps in 5 years it will not be the case, no? Or someone who is over-educated in one country, where if the person migrates to another country, finds a job. So sometimes it's not that much at the level of qualification, but the availability of jobs. But when you go to this issue, you combine that with education, you see that in general there is 1 out of 4 people with middle and higher education are working in jobs that require less qualification than they have. That's statistical data. And when you look at the tertiary education, is even higher. It's much higher. But this is also a statistical effect, because it happens that the people with high education normally are more seeking for a job, so they are more resistant and unemployed. There are those who abandon the labor market because they don't have any hope of finding a job, so they are not resistant and they are simply inactive. And particularly this is important in women. Then just to say something I think it's important to go beyond this negative sometimes picture of what is happening. And I think there's also information that we have from other studies that we're doing that show us that there are opportunities, and there is also, for example, we are doing a work study of the platform economy, and we see there that there is less barriers for women to access to these jobs, because some of the problems that traditionally they have in using public transport, in combining family responsibilities with jobs, and so on, these are not that much in the platform economy. Despite, of course, there is different working conditions, there are other opportunities that are raised to have a job. Again, there are 2 problems. One is that in those jobs there are less barrier, but there is also skills are very important. And there we see that the rate of women in STEM professions in general studies is very low. If you want, I stop here.
Thank you. You mentioned STEM, right? Just for the audience, when we talk about STEM, we talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics as a sort of specific skill set, yeah, just for everybody to be able to follow you. Guadaluna, talking about STEM, it's not so foreign to you probably, but what we're interested in is really your perspective from like a private sector company. And you have founded your own startup, Luxseed Robotics, as I mentioned, and based on your sort of own professional journey as an entrepreneur, what do you expect and what can you share with our audience here in terms of what would you want as support from the business ecosystem and public institutions? Or what have you received, maybe also, but what was lacking?
The business ecosystem. Test. Can you hear me? Okay, that's it. The business ecosystem is doing great. We're over-mentored and underfunded, at least for the southern states. I can speak from my experience in Lebanon for 2.5 years, and of course, Lebanon, as all booming startup ecosystems, we face similar issues. And of course, I also speak for the tech startups, so innovative startups who have a tech component, either AI or robotics, because it's different from normal, like food startup, okay? So what do I mean by over-mentored? The same content is being recycled from program to program, from idea stage to the scale-ups. So when we say ecosystem, it's always about the incubators, the accelerators, smaller programs, independent programs, and usually there's a funding component in them, and they're the way for entrepreneurs to, young people to enter the entrepreneurial journey, and they guide them and accelerate them till the end. And I can say in booming ecosystems like Lebanon, entering the idea stage is very easy. Any young person with a good idea can enter and become an entrepreneur with minimal barriers now. But the problem is after, the sustainability of that startup. So I've taken, when we speak about over-mentored, I've taken the same basic accounting course 4 times. And programs for the idea, after the prototype, and for the scaling. And they go to market. But I've never taken a workshop or training one-on-one on the elements of a convertible loan and how to negotiate with an investor. Because at the end, this is what we need after a program. This is the over-mentored part. And I feel like the stakeholders in the ecosystem do not communicate with each other much to figure out that they're giving the same stuff. Or even the incubators themselves don't personalize around the startups they're taking. So for example, if you're an incubator and you know the 10 startups you're gonna receive, know what they've taken before, their needs, and then design the program around their needs. Just like businesses centralize the customer at the beginning and then build the products around them. The same thing goes for the incubators. Sometimes it feels like we're just, let's say, 5, 6 participants taking this workshop, and then we look at each other like, we've heard this before. Seriously. So yeah, for the underfunded part, the main source of funding in Lebanon is microgrants. 1,500, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 25,000, and that's pushing it. And usually it comes with terms and tricky stuff. And it's fine, we can bootstrap with that amount, but there are problems within these microgrant schemes. So we can talk about the equal disbursement of the grant. So let's say you have $500,000 and you're gonna distribute it to startups. Not every startup has the same needs, and they market it in a way we all get the same amount, so we're all getting $25,000. But so I'm gonna build my proposal around the 25,000, although I might need 50, and another will need only 10. So I know in different Arabian countries it's different. They've tailored it around the startup, but at least in Lebanon it's still this way. And even EU programs in Lebanon, it's still this way. And not just the equal disbursement, but the prolonged disbursement of the grant. So let's say you have this 25,000. The first 6 months will give you half, and if you do good, we'll give you half after 6 months. 6 months. we are running, entrepreneurs are running. If I, for example, I'm going to get 350,000 euros from Holland, and they expect me to finish that amount in 8 months. We're running, we're getting to the goal faster. We cannot have a prolonged period. It's not bureaucratic. And the main problem in Lebanon and other countries, like with small markets, investors for tech are really risk averse, and they don't know that technology takes time. For apps or for food, it's really easy to just get the revenues out. But there is not enough awareness for the investors that tech will need time. Sometimes you have to put $500,000 before you get a product out. And these innovations are very important because, in my case, I'm building a robot that burns the weeds to replace herbicides. And you cannot replace herbicides with an app. You need hardware. And we don't have that in our region, but, well, for example, in Holland, we have. And the incubators themselves, I think there needs to be a program for the med incubators to join together, just like the youth. And they can exchange information, knowledge, and stakeholders. For example, maybe investors in Morocco and Spain are interested in a product in Lebanon, and the incubators in Lebanon who know us will connect us. I don't feel like there's enough connection, and the Med region is we have similar geographies, and it's really, when it comes to agriculture, relevant to have this connection as well. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Guadaluna. So financing is a major issue whenever you have an idea. You need money to make it work. And I can just only agree with what you said, that sometimes spending money is also a problem. If you get too much money, but not too much time to spend it, I know this myself from project management, but before that, of course, getting the money in the first place, you need the right pitch, you need to carefully look at the strings attached that comes with the money that is provided. So that's certainly interesting issues. Maybe we should have at some next edition of the Youth Academy like a training on pitching and analysis of funding sources, just as an idea. Marwa, you also work in sort of the private sector, you have that background. You merge sort of expertise in the energy sector as well as social inclusion. In your experience, what kind of learning opportunities shall be offered to young people, especially young women and girls, to ensure that they are effectively included in your case, the energy sector, as an example?
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for being here today. So speaking of the energy sector, it's very shocking to find that there is, in the 21st century, still a male-dominant sector. And this sector is the energy transition sector, or the energy field in general. And it's more shocking that women are underrepresented in the STEM fields. STEM, like, as we just said, it's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Women are not just underrepresented, but the women who are presented, they are working in administrative roles that are not technical and usually lower paid. So this is the main problems that we are tackling today. But this problem, or the energy transition issue, is also providing an opportunity to include women and girls in the energy transition and to include them and to provide more opportunities for them. It's also opened the doors for technical and vocational education and training, because it's a huge opportunity to offer them leadership development and skill enhancement, and also an array of job opportunities for them. So this strategy, or the gender equality strategy in general, it aligns with two important aspects: the energy transition, and also the climate justice in general. So to answer your question, and to have an effective inclusion of women and girls in the energy transition, and to provide them with the opportunities to unleash their potential and be more included and integrated, we need to focus on leadership. We don't want women and girls to be only included in terms of lower paid income positions or administrative positions, but we want them in the decision-making process. We want to support them. We want to empower them to reach their full potential. So to advance this gender equality strategy, we have many steps, but the main important step is the idea or the ideology of supporting them in all stages of their life. From an early career, from school age years, we need to support them, starting by STEM education, because girls in the mid-region are usually enrolled in STEM schools because they are brilliant, but then they doesn't pursue a STEM career. They are not engineers, they are not electricians. We can see it nowadays because of the social norms and stereotypes. You cannot find for you, as a girl, a role model who is working as an engineer or who is working in leading a huge electricity company. So we need this. We need to reinforce leadership. So we have 4 main steps. Firstly, to have innovative initiative for skilling girls and the STEM schools. Secondly, we need to empower them by including technical and vocational training, by including them, because research studies that I did myself, we found that the factories doesn't even have sanitary accessibility for women. It just doesn't exist. So providing as a TVET training and providing them with those skills can further give them more chance to be included in the sector. Thirdly, it doesn't stop that. We need to give them a positive ecosystem. We need to reinforce this ecosystem for innovation and to introduce them, because women are the household. So we need to introduce them to sustainability concept, to green energy and green skilling and so on. And lastly, it doesn't stop there. We need to go to the extra mile. We need to include them. We need to help them to find opportunities. We need to help them to find job opportunities and to include them in the market. And this is done by, for sure, financial resources and also like the soft skills to empower them against the discrimination that they face, because most of the time we have a super strong resistance against women inclusion in the energy field and stereotyping about their capabilities and their qualification as well. So those are the general 4 steps to follow, and we're hoping to have women representation in the energy field afterwards.
Thank you, Marwa. So it also shows how comprehensive a gender strategy is, from very conceptual things to very specific things, like we need more sanitary facilities, for instance.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. Roger, you lead a major think tank. So let's just assume that you're thinking a lot, and maybe you can share some of your organization's thinking and thoughts and initiatives and projects that are aimed at sort of improving youth employability and entrepreneurship in our region.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I'm delighted to be here, despite the tragic circumstances that the region is facing. I think that we need initiatives that lead to a ceasefire, that leads to peace in the region. And that's why I believe that the agenda that the UfM is promoting, and this activity is part of this agenda, is of key importance. I convey to the Deputy Secretary General my admiration for the work that the Civil and Social Affairs Department division in the UfM is doing, and for all the staff, Anna, and the Julias that are working so hard. So thank you very much for this invitation. Of course, when I was listening to my colleagues and listening to your initial question about the mismatch, I thought, well, perhaps because the European Union for many decades has been putting an employment strategy that exclusively or mainly focuses on the supply side of the labor market. In some countries, not in all the countries, but in some countries we have not succeeded, because maybe we have abandoned those policy measures aimed at, of course, boosting the demand side. And now I was listening to what Xavier was saying, that there's a lack, in some countries there is a lack of jobs, of course. And of course, this is not a problem of the worker itself, it's a problem of the market. And when the market faces a problem, then of course, the state needs to step in and needs to intervene and needs to regulate. But going back to the question that you were initially asking, well, we have several initiatives, and we are not exclusively covering the issues related to the labor market and employability and entrepreneurship. But of course, in the last 2 years, we have been focusing a lot on the needs. And I mean, there is a need to talk about the needs, not in employment, nor in education, nor in training. Because here, both in the north and in the south of the Mediterranean, the situation is rather bad. I mean, I know that the average in the MENA countries is around, Xavier, correct me, is around 29% of needs. In countries like Spain or Italy, it's between 17 and 19. But still, there is a very high trend. And that's why a couple of years ago, we started developing this project cluster, which has 3 main objectives. First of all, equip needs with employability skills in the sustainable sectors of the economy, namely green, blue, circular, sustainable agriculture, mainly focusing on young women who are doubly discriminated, as it was stated. Then also promoting partnerships between TBT, training, vocational and educational institutions and private sector institutions from the sustainable development sectors. And finally, raise awareness among the public institutions, especially the governments in the south, that needs do exist. And because simply they do not pose an immediate threat to the security in the short term, it doesn't mean that governments should not really foster policies that address and target these groups. Then we have other initiatives such as more in line with what my colleague from Lebanon discussed on how to alleviate the financial constraints that many entrepreneurs, SMEs, startups have. Well, we labeled an initiative that Johannes knows very well because we counted with a very kind support of GIZ in this journey, the Euro-Mediterranean Guarantee Network that brings together all the credit guarantee institutions in the region to enhance their capacities to help and finance, especially SMEs and startups, and give them and provide them technical assistance. And then we have a couple of additional projects, CREACT FOMET and InvestMed, in which the target are creative and cultural industries on the one hand, and again, the green and the blue economy sector, because indeed we are all talking about these emerging and in some cases not so much emerging sectors, but there is indeed a need to concert actions so that young people, and again those that are more vulnerable among young people, can benefit from the emergence of this sector. So I think I'll leave it here, and then in the second round, if there are more questions, we can actually speak.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Roger. So you did think about these things. So you are a think tank, but you are also more than that. You also have your projects. So you're what they call a think and do tank, I believe, and there was good examples of what you can do as an organization that creates knowledge, but then also acts upon it. Christina, to finish off our first round of questions, I already said you worked in Latin America and in the Caribbean region. I think you are based in Guatemala, or were based?
Yes,
okay.
Guatemala.
Okay, and so what kind of successful initiatives and programs do you know in those regions regarding skills matching and entrepreneurial capacities, and maybe which ones do you think could be translated to a region such as the Mediterranean, which is obviously very complex because we have very different levels of development on our shores. Yeah, maybe you can share a little bit your thoughts.
Yep, thank you for the question. So even though the ecosystems are very different between Guatemala and Mediterranean region, they do share some challenges, like gender inequality is one big one. But the initiatives in terms of entrepreneurship are quite similar. Like there are tons of like incubators. There are some funded by big institutions like the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank. I can speak about some. There is one that is Youth Entrepreneurship Program that is funded by the Inter-American Development Bank that promotes low-income young entrepreneurs to start their own businesses in like problems of the region. Then there are other like platforms very similar to the ones that we've been talking about in the panels during the day. Platforms like I collaborated with one, which was the Circular Economy Coalition for Latin America and the Caribbean. And that one is like knowledge sharing platforms where like entrepreneurs can get knowledge or collaboration between them. But those, I think we have similar here in the Mediterranean region, we have similar initiatives. And I'm actually, when you ask me that question, I'm thinking about a specific project that is a small project. And it's not in order to replicate it, because I'm sure there are projects similar to the one that I'm going to talk about, but I think we can extract lessons from it. And they are lessons that we know, but it's good to be remembered. And this project in particular is called El Patojismo. Patojos is what they call children or youth in Guatemala. And it started off as just like tutoring by the founder after work. And it's become this like community-based project that offers free education for people, for young people. And it's amazing because it's not only about education, but also social involvement. They learn about sustainable development. And what I really like about the initiative is that it doesn't look at youth with pity. It's more with empowerment, with amazement, and it recognizes the potential of youth. And it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy because they become like change makers. All of these people become change makers and they are entrepreneurs. And the good thing about it is that not only they start their own businesses, but they are knowledgeable about what sustainable development would look like, about human rights, about gender equality, and they are connected to the community. With like the business of the community, it's like an ecosystem sort of thing. And so the lessons that I take from it, first of all, is that youth are change makers and they should be included in the conversations, in politics, everywhere. We've been saying this along the day. And second lesson that I take from it is communication. Communication, I think, needs to be about empowerment. And I know we're facing lots of crises of climate change, of biodiversity loss, crisis of poverty. We're not respecting human rights. And don't take me wrong, because I do think that's important, and it's important to have that reality check and know what's going on around the world. But I also think, and I think everybody sees it around them, that in young people we're seeing lots of anxiety and mental health problems. And I think along those crises, we are having like this crisis of imagination. And many young people are anxious about their future, and many young people they don't know what they can do. And lots of the things we're gonna do, we don't know yet what they are. It's about innovation. So that's another thing about communication. Then innovation, all those challenges we're talking about, it's like a complex problem. And there's always gonna be one person or one business that is gonna have a simple solution that is always gonna be wrong, because we need complex solutions to complex problems. And that's only gonna come through collaboration and innovation. And lastly, I also wanna mention like the representation of everybody, because we need to make a transition that's clear, but no one must be left behind. So it's important to like have representation of all the minorities in the conversation.
Thank you very much, Christina. It's very, very useful to have this sort of also input from people who work in other regions and see what are the same challenges and what might be different. And anxiety, certainly, I mean, it just deprives you of all energy, doesn't it? I mean, if you think about your own anxiety so much, you don't find the energy to actually become more active. Yeah. Guadaluna, back to you, back to STEM, which I repeat is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics skills. Let's look specifically at the Eastern Mediterranean, or maybe even specifically at Lebanon, and see what you can share. What initiatives can you highlight that want to bridge this skills gap, and maybe especially in your area, in the area of green tech innovations?
I can mention 3 initiatives that I took part in indirectly or directly. And being an entrepreneur means I'm on the hiring side, not on the other side. And these 3 initiatives are local. I think they're happening elsewhere as well, but they have one thing in common. They were able to guarantee engagement between the people looking for people with tech skills and the people looking for tech skills, the actual practical skills. And how did they guarantee that engagement? You'll see as I give the example. So one really good example this year, they have it, the European Bank of Research and Development, EBRD. They have a program called EBRD Innovation, where they accept startups and SMEs that are working on SDGs, and they give them 5,000 euros in services, but instead of them receiving that 5,000, the service entity receives it. So the service entity in Lebanon would be AUB or LAU, which are prominent universities. So what happens, I have a problem, I need to design the robot, okay? I receive the 5,000 euros and I partner with LAU, who will put a team of engineers, engineering students, that will learn with a supervisor these industrial skills to build the robot. Because it's not just design, it's also in the industry. You have to learn a lot about the manufacturing processes. So it's not just a prototype you can 3D print and that's it, or build with papers. So it guarantees that the hiring entity will get the necessary skills with the right guidance to execute a project in its journey. So this is what happened with EBRD. And I think it's successful. They had like 5 or 6 this year. We were part as well. That's one side. Another side is Beirut AI. So let's speak about AI a bit. Beirut AI is an NGO. It's an applied AI community. And they're working on giving applied AI skills to people. Usually it's students and fresh grads, which is also our target. And they managed to make the trainings like 8-9 months long. And the people receive certificates at the end. And knowing Beirut and AI and its founders and the program, I know that they are credible. So each time I receive, when I'm hiring for AI, I receive the CVs, I look, I see the people who have it. It's credible for me, because they're not just academic AI, they learn the tools that we don't use. No, they learn the stuff that we will use. So I can take these people and invite them for an interview, knowing that they have the right tools to begin with us. And then we'll give them the rest, because it's our job to give them and guide them through our processes. But if you don't have the right tools, I cannot teach you from the beginning. And someone mentioned this point before. And that's the second. The third one is also AWS. AWS is very, very integrated in the startup ecosystem. They offer web services. And what they did, they sent questionnaires to all the startups, telling them, what do you need? What kind of skills do you need for you? And can you guarantee like 2 or 3 people to come to you after we finish the training? We said yes, and this is how much we're going to pay them. And these are the skills. And then based on the data, they managed to make a training program with Middle East. And after the period, now that is taking place, after these people finish and succeed, they will find a job or an internship. So you can see these elements, how they're working, and The main core is the communication between the people who are hiring and the people looking for the skills. And what skills are we teaching them, especially in the Industry 4.0, because universities cannot keep up with the new tools.
Thank you very much, Guadaluna. Yes. Xavier, one of the key services provided by the European Training Foundation is the support of ministries, employment ministries, or ministries in charge of vocational training in countries that want to reform the vocational training systems and strengthen the employability of graduates, which means closing that skills gap. Could you share with us an example or initiative that has been particularly successful from your point of view to improve matching, employability, entrepreneurship?
Yes, I think, I think all the activities we do in ETF have this goal of advising the reform in countries in the field of education and training. And this, in order to do that, we do some research to have evidence on what are the problems. We also cooperate with basically with the Commission, but also with other donors in order to fund these initiatives of reform. And then we monitor how these reforms are evolving. So this is more or less the whole work ETF does. An example in this field of entrepreneurship could be what we did in Tunisia in order to promote the entrepreneurial spirit in vocational education and training. We did that with the Ministry of Employment and Vocational Education and Training. And this is a project that we started in 2015, so it's been almost 7 years. And in these 7 years, we started from the analysis of what was the situation among the youth. They wanted to improve the system in terms of quality, in terms of access, and in terms of employability. So we saw some of these indicators that we saw before in terms of needs, in terms of women unemployed, etc. I'm not going to repeat the situation. So the idea was to improve the entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial skills inside the vocational education and training. In order to do that, we created a network of trainers and coaches in different centers. We helped to create some centers of what's called entrepreneurial schools or VET centers, and some others which already existed were upgraded to this level. And then what we did together in a network, we work on the introducing in the curriculum based on what is called the ENCOM, which is a framework that has been developed by the European Commission, and which is based on the idea of key competences. I will go back to that afterwards. With this, in these 7 years, there's been almost 10,000 people who have been trained on this, and one of the latest remarks there is that there's been a kind of a competition that has been created among the different schools in the system, where they've been presented some ideas of projects or business ideas to create. The approach is not exactly to create companies. So what we are working is on the skills that people require to create a company, which is not necessary. Afterwards, these skills can be used being an employee in a company, can be used for creating your own project, and so on, not necessarily related with the startups. And this is important because this refers to the idea of how to be more creative, how to put these ideas into a project, how to work with other people, how to identify risk and manage risk, and find mitigating measures to reduce the impact of the risk, these kind of things which are necessary if you want to create a company. But afterwards, anyway, if you have these skills, you can work in other areas. So the idea is that all these skills in the curriculum are introduced in terms of learning outcomes, so things that you finish after doing a number of activities, and then by reaching these learning outcomes, you are better equipped, if you wish, so to create a company. Two lessons learned here. One, these changes at system level require time. Very often working with projects of 1, 2, 3 years, it's not enough. You need 7 years. I think it's a good time for some of these reforms. Second thing, you have to work in networks. I think it has been insisted many times, is this ecosystem of all the actors that is one of the key for success.
Thank you, Xavier. How would people in the room find these trainings? Let's say I'm interested in sort of seeing what you offer, maybe sign up for a training. How would people obtain that information?
Tunisia,
for instance.
in the vet schools, these are public vet schools, it's the network of vet schools that can identify which are some of these entrepreneurial training centers.
Okay. Igor, back to you and I would call it the public sector. Preparing for this panel, we looked up a little bit the situation in Slovenia specifically. And, in many countries, governments struggle on both sides of the Mediterranean to motivate young people to take up vocational education. But Slovenia is a different case, it seems. No other European country has so many secondary students that are enrolled in vocational trainings and TVET programs. And you have the lowest rate in Slovenia of so-called early leavers, which means most students who begin a vocational training also finish it. Can you tell us what you're doing to make that happen?
I mean, thank you for the question. It's a quite complex situation in Slovenia. I will try to briefly present the whole picture. The first one is the education is free. It offers quick, short education and quick employment afterwards, as I was talking earlier, and also provides further training supported by the government and by the business companies and the EU funds. During their education, there is subsidized transportation and meals, also for all the students, and there is also the tradition and parental upbringing to attain education and family legacy. Many of young people take over the companies that were built up by their parents or even their grandparents. But the crucial role in Slovenia is played by the Institute of the Republic of Slovenia for the vocational education and training, which is fostering the quality and attractiveness of vocational education and training. So the mission of this institute is to prepare developmental and professional solutions to enhance the national economic competitiveness and promote social inclusion. So what does that mean in practice? Just to bring up two examples. We have a national web page which is called My Choice. The name almost tells it all, where young people can access to different type of information about various professions. So it offers insights of the opportunities that some vocational education schools provide. And not only the page, you can also get your personal mentor when you can do a survey, research, and talk about it really. What's your passion? What is your motivation? And what do you want to do in your future life? And also we have the case that we have also the networks of vet schools and different type of centers. And also the centers are almost, they are very large communities. As I said before, there are a lot of programs that are collaborating with the companies, and that is another national project that we have. It's Skill for Work. It's a project which focuses on developing a model for work-based learning in vocational education and training. So this is usually combined with internships and the companies, which of course they see the potential of young people and they say, the first day after you finish your work, you will come now, be a volunteer or as a part-time student worker, and afterwards when you finish and you get your degree, you can come and you are more than welcome to work with us. If you allow me just 1 more minute, I would like to emphasize what the colleague said in the first intervention. As supporting the youth sector, which is crucial for young people to go from the education to labor market, we are of course funding we are doing a lot of funding for youth sector in Slovenia. And we are always discussing and seeking how to simplify the applications, the public funds, but on the other hand, also to have the criteria that we will get the really good projects and the project manager that has to be, unfortunately, behind that. So it's an ongoing situation, and it's a process. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Igor. Marwa, your company has what they call a global youth education and entrepreneurship program, and you participated in it. But generally, how far do you think that companies have a responsibility to provide young people, and especially young women, with opportunities to acquire the skills and qualifications that they need at the workplace? We talked about the public sector responsibilities, initiatives. We talked about sort of an outside, more academic perspective, but what do you think is the company's role?
Thank you. So starting with the Youth Education Entrepreneurship Program, this program is embedded at Schneider Electric. And I don't know if you know a lot about the statistics of youth accessibility to education and training, but 4 of 10 girls doesn't have access in the region, doesn't have access to education, training, or any sort of skilling. And 1 of 10 boys also doesn't receive any sort of education. So this program has a main goal in 2025 to reach 1 million trained individuals around the globe. And this training, as I mentioned in the last speaking point, it includes all steps of integration in the workforce. So for Schneider Electric, it identifies itself as an impact company that has responsibility towards community empowerment and youth empowerment. And also, it's not just only Schneider, but I believe that the private sector has a very important role in offering the opportunities for youth to acquire qualifications and skills to be successful candidates in the workforce. So the idea is not just to be included in the business strategy or the business mission, it needs to be embedded in the main goals and values. So we're following at Schneider the ECGs, in alignment with ECGs, mainly the S commitment, which is community support, social responsibility. And in the community social responsibilities that we follow, we focus on education because we actually believe in the importance that private sector companies have in shaping and reshaping the educational landscape, because it has the suitable candidates, the suitable trainers, and it has the experience. Saying, for example, Schneider is experienced or have the expertise in energy, electricity, and sustainability, which are very specific fields generally. So it has the expertise, and for sure it has the financial resources to support and to accompany youth and their journey. So our main element or key component of our success at Schneider, or for generally the ecosystem of education and empowering youth, is the collaboration and partnership. It's very important, like as Mr. Xavier mentioned, it's very important to rely on collaboration and partnerships. We have the ministries of education working with us. We have the local entities, we have NGOs, and crucially the civil society organizations. And working together, we not only provide financial, because private sector doesn't only have the role of financially equipping these entities, but he's the intermediate between these entities and the youth by providing them with the knowledge, by providing them with the financial resources to create those impactful initiatives. So this is first. So this is how the private sector companies can break the boundaries of the formal education and the traditional education method to build bridges into having innovative and technical training and education. Speaking, just if I have more time, speaking about the tool that we are seeking, because education and training actually are not the goal, there are just the tools. The main goal is fostering a positive ecosystem for entrepreneurship and innovation within the youth. So we are working on advocacy. Mainly advocacy is our catch and our winning point, because we are working on two main pillars: advocating for the cause within the private sector entities to encourage stakeholders to join us. It's a call for action for them to join us to reinforce governmental capabilities, to reinforce NGOs' capabilities from a side. So it's very important. We're working on this by providing research, by providing white papers on the best practices and the case studies from our program worldwide with the global trends and so on. And on this occasion, you to check our white papers that has a global trends and best practices. It will be announced on the occasion of COP28 in Dubai, and it's very important. It had the main pillars of action for private sector, and our second pillar, it's advocating or encouraging the beneficiaries themselves, the youth, because the youth, they lack self-confidence, they lack exposure to opportunities, they lack role models. So within Schneider, as an example, the employees themselves are the mentors. So every employee has a role to be a mentor. 6 months is program to offer mentorship for an individual who is receiving the technical and vocational training. So in general, in my vision, I believe that private sector companies, they just doesn't have a checkbox to note or to just be done with it, but it has to be embedded in their own business strategy and their own identity. And finally, I found that to have a complete ecosystem, we need to include the private sector companies to have a more sustainable and inclusive energy transition. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marwa. Roger, you have experience in both the academic and the international relations field. We heard a lot about how it's important that all the different sectors work together, meaning the public, the private, academia, universities. What do you think how can governments and the civil society or think tanks in your case work together to better prepare young people for the necessities of the job market?
Well, thank you very much for the easy question. And as I would like to have a debate also with the audience, I'll try to keep my answer rather short. On your question, not only between think tanks and governments, also between think tanks, universities, civil society organizations, and governments, because I think it is important that universities are not left in the kind of mental bubble in which we are normally left out. I think that universities are an important and should be an active stakeholder within the society. So of course they should be included and embedded into this ecosystem. Of course, there are many ideas and many proposals that think tanks, universities, civil society organizations, so on and so forth, and governments can work together. But the challenge, as we already said, is not easy. Basically, because we have been talking about this for decades now, the problem, the long-standing problem and a structural problem of labor markets in the Mediterranean countries. We live in labor markets that have fragmented, polarized and precarious jobs, and that we need to be aware of. The good thing, if I may call it good, is that even though we see differences between north and south of the Mediterranean, these differences are not so acute in some of these aspects. So there are some common features, and then we can work together through the different mechanisms that the UfM and the European Commission have established to tackle unemployment and problem and shortages in the labor market. But some ideas here, of course, have to do with the need that the state takes interest for youth. And I will speak it very, very clearly. It's important, again, that youth is not taken as a threat to national security, because young people are not a threat to national security, and this message needs to be repeated. And if we are consequent with that idea, that also means that youth have to be included in the different steps of decision-making in all the countries. And youth and young people have to take part in these processes of decision-making. Of course, another idea is to, and I know it sounds as more like a statement here of goodwill, but of course, educational, vocational training systems have to be modernized. I know that ETF, OECD have been working for many years in this chapter, but this is key. This is crucial to align these systems with the labor market. Then, of course, we should take more into consideration the role that local governments and local authorities, and not only the authorities, but also the local stakeholders might have in all this process of employability. I mean, now you were speaking of creating ecosystems. In many of these cases, these ecosystems can be created and should be created and are created at the local level. So, of course, taking into account the role that local governments can undertake vis-à-vis all these stakeholders is key and crucial. And I think I'll leave it here so that we can continue with the debate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. That was a very precise description of the different ecosystems and the different levels and actors that need to play a role in this area. Cristina, you have again the last word, also because during this week we talked a lot about climate change challenges, employment challenges, social inclusion, and it's not all separate from each other, right? It all ties in together. The ideal seems to always be, because of climate change, to not only create jobs anywhere, but to create jobs in the sustainable development sector, let's say. And you worked or work still in the innovation lab in circular economy. So how can circular economy, which is a crucial element of sustainable development, address youth unemployment and promote sustainable development?
Thank you. In order to answer how it can address youth unemployment, I think circular economy is a concept that is often misunderstood. So I'm just going to talk about it very briefly about what it is, because I see it always been misunderstood. And I'm going to start with the word economy, which means the art of household management. And there is this economist, her name is Kate Raworth, and she says that any student that goes to school to study economics, it should never begin with the supply and chain of the market. It should begin with the living world, because that is our household, and there are life supporting systems we depend on, and we need to know it, so that is a threshold we should never surpass. And she also says that if more than 10 billion people want to live in this planet together, every individual has human rights, and that is the other threshold we should never surpass. So what she says is that economy should be in between those limits, right? And in the linear economy, when we started realizing that it didn't make sense, because we are gonna keep producing, make waste, and we're a growing population, it's never gonna work. And that is where circular economy starts to make sense, because what it says, it's basically like anything we produce should be able to go into either one of two cycles. One is the biological cycle, and the other one is the technical cycle. In the biological cycle is anything that can be biodegradable. That is food waste, human waste, that can be cotton, that can be timber. That should be returned to the earth. Like, not only how can we make less harm, is how can we regenerate it, because it needs to be returned. And the other technical cycle, I'm not gonna get into it, but there are many ways to keep products in use, circulating, with like sharing economy and making things last longer. Not gonna get too technical there, but that is like the general idea of the circular economy. So anything like textiles are a great example, because what we're doing, we're like designing waste. Because in textiles, we are putting together cotton, which should go in the biological cycle, with polyester. And we mix them and they are not separable. So that's where we're basically designing something that's ultimately gonna be waste, right? So let's imagine here any appliance you have at home, like microwaves or refrigerators, whatever. Let's imagine instead of paying for the ownership of that thing, we paid for their use, right? So the appliance would remain the property of the business that produces it. And that changes not only the consumer behavior, but it also changes the designing part of the things we use, because they would want them to keep them in use for longer, and they would need to think when designing the things, how can they reintroduce it to their value chains, right? So it changes completely the perspective. So basically, in a nutshell, it would be eliminating waste and pollution, circulating products and materials, and regenerating nature. And in order to do that, we need innovation, business-led innovation, we need collaboration between systems, and we also need enabling policies, because business alone won't do the trick. So that is how I really think it can address youth unemployment, because first of all, there's going to be a lot of creation of jobs. There are going to be new business models. There's going to be a lot of research needed, like biomimicry is an entire science that is being researched as innovation inspired by nature. And then I think there's huge room for entrepreneurship, because once you see what it is about, you start seeing lots of opportunity. Young people are going to see lots of opportunity when they understand circular economy, because there are so many things we're considering that they are waste when there's value in them. And you can create business models out of a lot of things that we think that are waste. We can recover metals from electronic waste. We can create byproducts out of food waste. We can create biogas from waste. And there is other business models like 3D printing. We can tackle food security by using hydroponics or vertical gardens or permaculture. Same with water, circular economy also tackles the water problem by, you can harvest water from the air, you can separate gray water from black water in our homes and reuse that. So I see lots of opportunity for specifically entrepreneurship. And of course, we need policies, and of course, we need funding, and that needs to come all together. But I do see, maybe it's because I'm reading so much about circular economy, but I do see it as an option we have.
Thank you very much, Christina. It also shows how sustainable development is not only a necessity, but actually creates huge opportunities for new jobs, new innovation, entrepreneurship, new ideas. So yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, by this we have come to the end of this third and last panel of today, and maybe one last round of applause for these great speakers. Now, I don't know, Anna, you tell me before we hand over to Ambassador Greg, we have 2 minutes, you say, for Q&A, which sounds like one question. Two questions, okay, good, that's better.
Thank you. I'm Hazem Abdullah from Jordan. I know that the debate between university graduate and how its output going to meet the market need, it's a very long debate. I'm being critical here. I'm thinking from this issue from another perspective. You know, university give us the knowledge, give us the principle. I mean, I was an engineer student and graduated, and I was studying calculus and solving differential equation for 3 years. I have just 2 years to study engineering. This is give me, to continue it, there are no work in the life gonna give me a differential equation to solve it as my task to do it, okay. But I'm being critical in this issue. I mean, university give us the knowledge, give us the principle, and did not give us the skills. But why we start thinking to solve this issue, to get the student again, to give them these skills? I mean, I yesterday finished 5 years of studying and paid a lot of money. I have to take another 13-hour course in Python just to get a job. Why we cannot think from this problem from another perspective? Let's, or if it's possible, I'm being critical here. Go to the private sector. Private sector, when they doing an interview with a fresh graduate, they expect from him to know how they are work. So they need someone know how they are work. You are a one company in a one city or another world, and you expect from these to know how you work. So we start giving him another skills. And what I'm suggesting here, or what I am being critical to it, why we did not target private sector to take this fresh graduate with no skills, take him with no skills. As almost he have the knowledge. Don't ask him for any skills or for any new things like Python or coding or that. I know it will be costly for you. Take him for 6 months, let him learning by acting, give him a job and give him the opportunity. Taking this issue from another perspective. If we want to adjust the university material or the material we talk to the market need, on what market we are talking about? Yani if in the same nation or in the same national, different city, market are different. So we cannot adjust every university to a one market. There are no one market need. So how we gonna adjust this university? And also another things. When you learn the principle, when you learn the knowledge, the basic knowledge in anything, you cannot directly jump to learning coding or to learning something more technical. I mean, yes, they gave us calculus and they gave us the differential equation, but when you solve the problem, you know how to following steps to solving any other problem by practicing calculus or practicing math. So when these things have been changed and knowledge have been no longer necessary, and we are start looking for a new skills. I mean, how can I getting these new skills without having the basic knowledge for that? So I'm being critical for here, and I'm raising and advocating for a new way of thinking to solving the youth unemployment by targeting the private sectors and institutions who are hiring fresh graduates, and tell them it's your responsibility to take them with no skills and let them learn these skills in your institution and in your company. So this is just what I want to do.
All right, maybe we take one more question, and then we, from the panel, anybody who wants to react to either one of those, please do.
Hello to everyone, I'm Carola and I'm a participant of the Academy from Italy. I would like to address the question based on the lack of funds that was mentioned during this panel, and also the cooperation of youth with the institution related to the Global Gateway, which is a 300 billion investment package, and we'd also focus on Africa-Europe investment with 150 billion of investment. And I would like to address mostly maybe the ATF to understand whether it's possible to access these funds as youth entrepreneurs of young people that would like to access quality education and training, because sometimes the way in which these big packages are communicated do not reach the people that actually need this money to be invested in. And I can make an example. We are trying to bridging with my association, 1 Hour for Europe, and the Youth Intra-Dialogue of Europe and Africa, the youth of Africa and Europe at the ministerial meetings that there will be on the 19th and 20th November. Between the African Union and the European Union with an engagement mechanism. And we are trying to popularize the possibility of using the Global Gateway for youth development. So if you could like to comment on this and maybe give some suggestions on how to reach these funds, it would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharia, do you want to go ahead with the second one already? Perfect, excellent. Please do.
Okay, I think I don't want to enter into the polemics if the universities have to provide knowledge or also skills and competences. What is clear is that someone who is leaving the higher education system needs to be equipped with that. If the university can only provide knowledge, then someone else has to provide these skills, because for sure when you enter into the labor market, you need to be equipped with these skills. You need to know how to apply this knowledge into concrete working situations. The university does that for the PhD, for the people who will want to work in the university. So if the university cannot do that for the rest of the people who go outside the academic world, then they need to create partnerships that we were saying with companies, with there's countries which are developing high education type of apprenticeships where the university together with companies provide these skills and competences. So I think that that's something that for sure needs to be solved, because this is one of the problems of these unemployed who are graduates, is that they finish, they are very good academically, but they cannot find a job because they don't know how to work into the labor market. So this is a problem that definitely creates some of these problems of mismatching. No? The other question about the funds, the ETF, I know it's called a foundation, and this is very, it's not helping too much. We don't provide the funds ourselves. Normally, most of these funds are provided through the European Union, through programs that are published through grants, through contracts, are published regularly in the European Union, and also in the countries. You can find this information normally in the delegation of the European Union. That's where you can find those funds. So in ETF as such, we don't have that much funds. So we are not a donor organization.
Also replying to the first question, thank you so much for advocating for this, because yeah, as I mentioned, we're starting from the early age years, but for universities it's getting more crucial now as the educational system doesn't get modernized with the energy transition and even in any other field. So it's very important actually to keep it up to date with the new skills required for the market forces. So yeah, actually I would love to discuss it further if you have an idea about it and how to integrate the private sector and reinforcing university curriculums.
Yes. So related to question one, I have like 3 points. When you say private sector can take in these people with zero skills and teach them, I think you meant maybe like Schneider, who have the capacity to do that. But startups and SMEs cannot do that. People will slow us down if they're not the right people to join the team, if they don't have the right skills. The team is as strong as the weakest element, and we cannot afford to go wrong in that. So we do expect them to have the necessary tools in the industry to join. And we know that the universities don't teach that. Like, for example, when in the CVs of fresh graduates, when I see like Beirut AI, they took this course which is independent, that means at least they have the skills for it. And it really comes down to the nature of the university. It's really the goal is academia and research. And as an engineer, you know, you learn the tools in engineering that are meant for research, and the microprocessors meant for research instead of the industry. And that's the main problem. Like, you have to learn that on your own, or, I don't know, like join some courses and pay money, extra money to learn them. And I think to bridge that gap, the doctors need to advocate for their courses to change on bottom-up approach and start using the tools that the industry uses, like Python. And the initiative I suggested, like EBRD, what they're doing, what happened is that at LAU, for example, you have, let's say, 3-credit course. Instead of that 3 credit going to something that's useless, you use that 3 credit to work on a project with a startup. And we need more initiatives like that, so that like the universities need to know that these students don't need 3 credits of history when they need 3 credits of Python, for example. And I think the private sector should be like more aggressive towards that. Not the public.
All right, thank you very much. And thanks again to this panel and your engaged participation. Thank you. And now I give the word to Ambassador Greg, or Anna will give the word. Okay. So I give the word to Ambassador Greg, Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean and Head of the Social and Civil Affairs Division at the UfM Secretariat. Please.
Thank you very much. Before I go into my closing remarks, allow me to share a thought of solidarity and compassion with all those families who have lost loved ones on account of the hostilities currently taking place in Gaza. As the Secretary General said this morning, and I cannot but echo him, violence, suffering, and collective punishment do not bring about security. Peace, dialogue, and respect do. So, dear participants, esteemed colleagues, partners in this event, as we wrap up this important event, we are encouraged by the meaningful discussions that have taken place today. The past few days, starting with the Mediterranean Youth Academy, as well as the panels and participation and voices we had today, have been replete with fruitful conversations, and we have all witnessed the existing potential for a brighter future of the Euro-Mediterranean region. The Euro-Mediterranean region boasts a significant young population. Youth is indeed at the forefront of addressing the region's pressing challenges, including climate change, unemployment, education, and representation. Youth is not just the future. Young women and men are actively driving positive change. Young people are increasingly stepping up as active agents, turning challenges into opportunities and proposing innovative solutions for a sustainable future. Green and digital revolutions provide a multitude of avenues for them to develop skills, create job opportunities, and play a pivotal role in shaping the region's destiny. However, the issues of youth unemployment and considerable NEET population remain pressing concerns. Addressing these challenges requires a coordinated, multi-stakeholder approach, focusing on closing the skills gap and promoting economic growth. The full potential of our young people remains untapped. It is our duty to unlock their abilities and provide them with the tools they need to thrive. Inclusive and participation have been key themes throughout this event. It is crucial to involve young people in decision-making processes, increase their representation in institutions, and recognize them as true partners in our journey towards inclusive and sustainable development. Dear participants, the Union for the Mediterranean has recognized the critical role of youth in shaping a brighter future for our region. We did. Through initiatives like the Mediterranean Youth Academy, we aim to empower and engage young people as catalysts for change. The Mediterranean Youth Academy has provided non-formal education and training opportunities equipping young participants with the knowledge and skills they need to become leaders and change makers in the Mediterranean region. This year's MYA, co-organized by the UfM and the MYF, with the generous support of the German Corporation for International Cooperation, GIZ, has played an integral part in the UfM's Youth Strategy 2030, aiming to support bottom-up initiatives led by young people. Throughout the MYA, participants have engaged in workshops that focus on climate change and climate justice, social inclusion and youth unemployment, generating concrete proposals and policy recommendations. These ideas will be instrumental in shaping the UfM's Youth Action Plan, officially presented today. The UfM Agenda, a testament to our collective effort, will be a guiding document for the UfM Secretariat, the UfM member states, and other regional entities whenever they undertake programs and initiatives related to youth. It represents a shift from a solely political approach to a more programmatic one. It is a clear expression of our commitment to address the region's key challenges in line with human and sustainable development. Distinguished participants, as we bring this event to a close, let us remember that the Mediterranean region's youth, with the energy, with the passion, and the innovative ideas, are our greatest and foremost asset. The journey may have just begun. Nevertheless, I have no doubt that with the dedication and the creativity of our youth, we can and we will achieve a brighter future for all. So I thank you for your participation and the dedication to this important cause. I wish you safe travels back home, and let us continue our shared commitment in making a difference for the future of the region. Finally, allow me to inform you that a final publication will be available by December, and the input by the Mediterranean Youth Academy and what happened throughout these past 3 days and today will be used as a basis for our future activities. Thank you very much.
climate crisis, to empower the meaningful participation of the most vulnerable communities, the meaningful climate negotiations, policy, and lastly, to protect the climate justice advocates.
Is to work together as youth people in the Mediterranean Sea and to make some project that sustain, because we faced many problems together. We can find a solution if we work as groups together.
I want more sustainable and inclusive Mediterranean region to create better synergy because different countries in the Mediterranean region. So for that, I think we need more social media thing to create more adhesion and more impact for young people.
15% of the Mediterranean regions and sadly most of them are the working age. So committed to promote accessible entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which is my 100% importance.
To incorporate sustainable building materials in building our cities to have happier and more healthy, sustainable cities.
Opportunities for upskilling and reskilling, as well as increased finance to educate